Oh, hello, hello. What's up, folks? How's it going? Hopefully, everybody's doing decently. Give me one sec. Alright. Let's get it. Everybody knows the drill. Today is the new player tournament. As we do every Saturday. Gonna be a good time as always. We'll see who's gonna be taking the dub here. I saw Pinchy is here. Pinchy went to the final game against Outer Region, and in a Slanesh Corns showdown in the opening tournament of the season, I think. Yeah, it was pretty sick. Pinchy is definitely a favorite to win this tournament here. We'll be seeing if they're going to be able to clutch it out or not, because there's some really stiff competition in here. Has Nina's come really close to winning before. Random Cuban, I know, is always on the grind looking for it, and Tingus is a really good Chaos Dowie player. And, you know, Chaos Dowie aren't amazing against Slanesh, but I think they've got some teeth there, so. And then you never know who's going to be, who else is going to be showing up today. What the hell happened? Why did my game crash? Incredible. Alright. Give me a sec. I'll get back in here. Played multiplayer in over a year, help. No problem, dude. I got you. Easy peasy. We'll fix it up. It's never as dire as you think it is. Honestly, if you can play well in campaign, you can do just fine in multiplayer. It's really nothing to sweat. Once you get over the new player jitters, and you stop overthinking everything, you'll be all over your opponent in no time. What are you playing today, bro? I'll give you quick pointers right now if you want. Let me know what faction you're playing. Oh man, y'all, Corn is really good. Absolutely incredible faction now. Maybe not top tier, but definitely up there. You've got some great Lord options. Bloodspeaker's really good. Valkia is always going to be solid. Arball, very cheap, very powerful Eye of Corn ability. This thing executing at 20%, you know, on a lot of units this isn't going to be very strong. But one particular matchup where someone highlighted this was against Lizards, where if they brought Shredder of Lustria, if you get the Shredder of Lustria under 20% of its HP, and you pop Eye of Corn on it, it'll straight up die, you know, and Shredder with 20% of its health left, how much is that even? God, that's several thousand HP. Shredder is a beefy monster. And Lizards are almost always going to have heals for that big boy, so. Yeah, 15,000. 20% is 3,000 HP. Fuck no. Being able to execute a giant monster like this when it's got 3,000 HP left is massive, so. Arball, very good for stuff like that. And then Skulltaker, I think, is going to be sneaky good against missile factions that Corn has traditionally struggled with. Because him on this Blood Throne, he's kind of expensive. He's 2,300. He's rarely going to pay for himself, but he is going to eat a lot of damage, and he's just going to survive through it all. Like, Cloak of Skulls is really easy to charge up. You get extra armor, and you get the missile resistance, and immune to flanking. This guy is just nasty work. He does not care about opponents. The second Khorne player. Hell yeah. Johannes, I was there too. When Warhammer 3 came out, I played a lot. I played a lot of Khorne, and I played a lot of Ogre Kingdoms. And then, I don't know, like, you know, Dom... The early Dom was really nice. It was exactly what I was looking for, and I saw the potential in it. But I played for a few months on release. Factions were very limited, and the game mode still needed a lot of refinement, and I dropped it for a long time, like 2 years, I'm talking. And then came back to it after a lot of the changes and iterations it got. Haven't put it down since. It'll click with you, and you'll be fine. But we welcome over dramatic here, you know. We cultivate it. Nothing better than a player calling their shot before they go in and absolutely body somebody. Alright. Tournaments should be up here in a moment. Probably just now kicking off. Hell yes. Let's go find Tingus. Oh, because it's random Cuban too. Holy crap. Okay, here we go. Boom. Yeah, if you're playing Khorne, just bring a shit ton of, just bring Khorne Gores and some Bloodletters. Oh, and this is the fixed, weapon strength, deal. So, honestly, low-key, Blood Beasts are kind of good. Oh, I'm helping Tingus out real quick. For those of you who are in the tournament, we are using not just the map pack, but also... What the hell is incompatible with his game? Let me reboot, just in case. We are using the map pack, but also the weapon strength fix mod. Because the melee splash attacks got super borked in this patch, which is very sad. But there is a very excellent mod that just reverts it back, and stuff is usable again, which makes Blood Beasts kind of good, which is what I was getting at. They're pretty bad with their current iteration in the non-reverted weapon strength fix. But with the weapon strength fix, they slap, dude. They hit really freaking hard. It's awesome. The Cannon Arwar is really fucking strong. It's so good. Great weapon. Well, the dual weapons are hitting infantry. It's the splash attack problems really don't affect the Great Weapon Minotaurs because Great Weapon Minotaurs are fighting high health entities to begin with. So them focusing their weapon strength on one target in a cavalry unit actually... I don't know if it helps their killing power. It makes them kill units in cavalry a lot better. It doesn't help them with their overall damage output, though, if that makes any sense. It's very complicated. But great weapons were fine. They weren't suffering all that much. They were a little bit less good against infantry, which made them even more specialist. But other than that, as long as you were hitting SEs or cavalry, great weapons were still as good as they always have been. They're still a carry unit. Oh, really? They were still shredding infantry better? Maybe. I mean, I noticed that the way things were shaking out is that charge attacks seem to be doing the proper splash damage. It was just in prolonged combat where that was an issue, and I feel like with the, what you're doing with Great Weapon Minotaurs anyways, you don't want to leave them in a grind against infantry to begin with, unlike the dual weapons where you can do that. So you're probably charging them around a little bit more anyways. And like I said, on the charge, splash attacks work just fine. And Great Weapon Miners have always been good running through units. Yeah. Miners, once they get Blood Greed up, are gross. It's so funny, man. They're crazy. God, I love them. Minty, if you want to do something really fun, though, I'm telling you, man, get Skull Taker and stack a Blood Beast on top of Skull Taker. They literally get so many buffs from him that they're like mid stats on first look end up not holding them back at all, and they can get some disgusting value. It's very crazy. Alright. I really want to see, Corn Dowie, honestly. Yeah, Skull Taker's good, guys. Lots of people are dishing on him, really early, and I get where they might be coming from, but you don't necessarily bring him to be like a hard carry lord. He gives some really good support buffs around him with the Blood Shrine aura, and he is impossible to snipe. He is so tanky. And he's a little bit better than Arbol and Valkia at pushing through crowds. And Bloody Onslaught's a really good debuff ability. Minus 30 armor and 24 melee defense makes enemy targets really squishy. You can absolutely ruin something just rolling around with Skull Taker and just popping that on cooldown every single time you got it. Alright. Crave, Uberman, they're picking their builds right now. I'm gonna show off the season stats real quick for y'all. So they're looking pretty fat right now. You've got Khorne with 47 games played on them, which is more games than the rest of the top, like, 5 factions combined. Khorne is in a really nice spot. This Lizardman isn't totally accurate. I know that one game got reported wrong, so this should be 1 in 3, but Khorne's struggling against lizards a little. Vampire Coast is still kind of hard. Wood Elves are odd. Wood Elves you just have to do very different builds against to really succeed with. 57% feels appropriate. It's probably where Khorne's going to sit most of the season. Is just like right outside the top tier factions. Don't have any Chaos Demon games played. Chaos Demons, obviously, are still going to be ridiculous. And they also got the ROR Skull Cannon. So all of your worst nightmares are fully realized with these guys. You think the ROR Cannon is crazy on Khorne? Just wait until you've got a faction that can, like, heal it and protect it even better. It is almost nauseating how good Demons of Chaos are. We'll see if anybody starts playing them a little bit more consistently, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they stay very underrepresented for quite a while, though. Ogre Kingdoms and Greenskins will even out a little bit. They're good. Ogre Kingdoms suffered pretty badly from the weapon strength bug, so that's probably part of the reason that they're not doing well up to this point. Greenskins, I don't know, man. A little surprised that they're down here at 40%, but just looking at it, it does kind of make sense. Khorne has always been a tough matchup for Greenskins, and now you've got Khorngors to deal with. So I feel like even though Greenskins got some great units, and they probably got better overall against other factions, Khorne just edges them out on the back of Khorngors alone. Like, I've never seen a unit come in and just be that good for a faction. Even, and without being, like, truly broken. Like, Khorngors are really strong, but there are some really simple things you can do against them to just shut them down completely. But yeah, just having that shock halberd unit to get out and take up space on the battlefield, and being able to corral enemy mobility a little bit better, and have some kind of infantry that can punish that. Boom. Beautiful. They support Fleshhounds so well. Like, you can do a lot with just some Khorngors and Fleshhounds. Like, Fleshhounds have decent mass. They can lock a lot of units in place while the Khorngors just, like, feast upon their mortal remains, man. Alright, guys. Game number 1 of the tournament is going to be some Arbol action versus a Rune Lord. Not the widest Dowie build for sure. We do have the Brotherhood of Grimnir here. Brotherhood of Grimnir are going to struggle, honestly, against... They just struggle against Khorne in general. You know, Fleshhounds really beat up on the Brotherhood. Because the issue with the Brotherhood of Grimnir is their low armor. They get bounced around pretty badly by a lot of stuff, and Scar Bloodwrath is going to absolutely feast upon them. Scar is so good against, like, monstrous infantry type units. And Doomseekers aren't monstrous infantry, but they're the same, like, intent. You know, I mean, they're basically Wrathmongers. Wrathmongers and Doomseekers are pretty identical in their, like, applications, so to speak. Like, very elite, low model, high HP, crazy good stat infantry units. Doomseekers are geared towards clearing out infantry. Wrathmongers are a little bit better at being generalists. And I would say that Wrathmongers' best target, honestly, is fighting cavalry and other, like, monstrous type units. Very good against monstrous infantry. But probably no Wrathmongers for Khorne here, but potentially yes. The best thing you can do as Khorne against Dowie is just bring out Bloodletters. Bloodletters hit so freaking hard. Let me swap over. They're still loading in. But before I forget, I'll bring y'all back into the light here. Nah, I think buffing the anti-large would be a bad idea. They should just not get Primal Fury. That's the only thing that I would say they don't need. Like, they're getting Frenzy and Primal Fury, and with the way that they're set up with that Unbreakable proc, when they get below 50% HP, that's just a little too much extra boost for what their intended design is, I think. Like, I really do think you could take the Primal Fury off those guys and they'd be in a really good spot. Because they still have the immune to psychology from Frenzy. And the raw melee attack they have it's 26, which is it? What is it? I think it might be 24 or something. It's good, but it's not crazy. It's just when they get all the buffing effects stacked on top of one another, they're a little overtuned. Cannon being guarded by some Dowie warriors. We've got some miners with blasting charges. They're gonna obliterate those Chaos Warhounds if those stay there. Arball's gonna get right up in the face of these miners. These guys don't have blasting charges. He's just gonna feast on them a little bit. Has Fury the Blood God. Oh, and Thirst for Challenge. Interesting. Crave doing a really good job avoiding any damage with those. Cannon doing nasty work against Arball. Arball does not want to get shot at by cannons. I do honestly really like the engagement here against the miners with the hounds. Hounds don't do great against armor, but, you know, Corn Hounds with the Frenzy, against miners they can actually do some pretty decent damage. They're honestly a pretty good tool for chewing on the non-blasting charge variant, or getting a rear charge onto a blasting charge that isn't going to just, you know, completely dumpster them. Flesh Hounds just chilling out here. They have an attack order. The fuck is going on with this unit? Okay, there we go. Now they're running. They were just crawling forward. You know, they were in ambush mode. That's what I'm thinking. Arball getting pounded by the cannon right now. Oh, and he needs to watch out. Oh my god. Luckily, only takes one clip there. Needs to hide behind the pillar. I would just back Arball out for a little bit. You don't want to fight hero squads to begin with. Like, Dowie are just not the faction you want to scrap with in a pit fight. Their heroes are so strong, and that's a really good Wrath of Ruin right there. Gets some pretty big damage. Took about, you know, 15% of the HP off the Bloodletters. It's never really a bad thing to have. Chaos Warhounds and Flesh Hounds ripping apart the miner. Really good micro from Crave. Uberman OG is out trading Corn here pretty badly right now. Cultist getting mashed by the cannon, man. Cannon is doing heavy lifting. 600 value on that thing right now. And there's going to have to be an answer for it in some respect. Or either that or Corn just needs to disengage from this this middle objective. It's really not a great fight for you. The Brotherhood of Grimnir are ripping the Bloodletters apart. Cultist is on death's bed. Scar Bloodwrath's doing pretty good damage to Garagrim here, though. Oh, and he's got the Bloodstorm Blades. 875 weapon strength. Arball coming in here, too, and beating the ever-loving hell out of Garagrim. Really nice use out of the Fury of the Blood God ability as well. Crave just immediately scraps back all of the value deficit. Bloodletters chasing down Quarrelers is nice. And there we go. Chosen are fighting the Brotherhood now. You know, the Brotherhood of Grimnir do have the AP damage. They do have really good stats, but, you know, Chosen really aren't that far behind them in the stats department. And they're going to be able to hit back pretty hard against the low armor that Brotherhood have. 0 base armor. Like, they're just going to eat all that weapon strength. These guys have 52, which is pretty fat. It's really strong, honestly. Brotherhood are going to fight Scar. Scar is infantry-sized, funnily enough, even though he's a little taller than most of the infantry models. He does count as small, so Brotherhood of Grimnir are going to do pretty well against him. We will see if he's going to be able to chew through these guys. He does have the passive heal on him. That should proc pretty aggressively there if it starts swinging against him. And it wouldn't be bad to get that heal procced, even without any of the, what is it, the extra, god damn it, what's it called, the blood tally? Yeah, the blood tally. Even without that being very heavily charged, it's still going to do really nice work for you. Minos fighting against Slayers, not the best situation for Khorne. Khorne would rather use Bloodletters or Marauders to fight Slayers, and Minos... Minos don't have anything amazing to fight right now. They can kill the foot character with Scar Bloodwrath. Oh my god. Dude, the Dowie Hero squads are usually pretty stalwart, but Arbol and Scar Bloodwrath are just beating the hell out of them. We've got Scar over here helping to finish off the Brotherhood of Grimnir, who are just going down in droves. Falling beneath the fury of this hero, and 2,000 value on Scar. 1,200 on Arbol here. Cannon's still firing away here. Oh my god. Look at the cannon, man. 1,400 value on the cannon. I think it did come in fully chevroned, which is kind of wild. I wouldn't recommend chevroning cannons that aggressively. 1 or 2 is nice. It's a little too many chevrons, in my opinion. I mean, it does make them pretty vicious. They just cost way too much, though, at this stage. Norcomling's Ironbreakers are moving over. Hellforged Host are going to move to intercept them. They'll do really good damage. Definitely need the Minos to engage first before the blasting charges. Just dumpster the Hellforged Host here. It's going to hurt, but it doesn't look like Uberman is on top of the micro 100%, and the Hellforged Host do get in before the blasting charges go off. That's going to hurt Dowie really badly in this fight. These guys are going to get absolutely pummeled here. Hellforged Hosts are excellent at clearing out the Ironbreakers. One of the few units that can do it effectively. Minos are stacked in here. Oh, and they get an order to go attack the Long-Drawn Slayer Pirates, which is definitely a mistake for the Bloodletters. Minotaurs can do that decently enough as is. These guys are really low anyways. They might as well get one more charge off. You can see here, they're just going straight in. They're going to get some pretty good work done. Even in their tattered condition, they should be able to fight for, you know, another like 10-15 seconds. Probably grind out just enough to pay for themselves here. Scar Bloodwrath, 2,200, doing nicely. Cultist did rally, getting back in the fight. And we've got a pretty dominant position for Khorne here. Dowie don't have the numbers on the field. Gyrocopters are going to be really nice at clearing out the Fleshhounds, some of these Bloodletters, and probably killing the rest of the Chosen here. Chosen definitely need to be dealt with. Also got to get rid of the Hellforged Host. That's going to be a really tall order, though. We still have the cannon back here. 1,700 value on this thing. Definitely has paid for itself. It just gives up so much battlefield control. And going really tall with the Dowie build that we saw, I think you can bring a cannon with a wider build. If you're gonna bring like the Brotherhood of Grimnir in your opener, then you want to bring a lot more like high DPS shooting in order to kill like the armored Khorne targets, like Grim Delvers. Grim Delvers and regular old Grudge Rakers are really nasty versus Khorne. If you just bring like multiples of those guys and just stack them up in a box and just force Khorne to play into the shotguns, you can absolutely obliterate units. Like, you don't even need to engage Scar or Arball in melee combat if you've got those, because you can just turn around and have the Grim Delvers massacre these guys. And it's also worth noting that you can stack the slow on the shotguns, since they do have the suppression effect on them. You can stack that with what's the slow rune? I don't remember what the Dowie slow rune is, but it debuffs speed by like 40%. You can stack that with the suppression effect, and that's like 70% slow to speed on a coordinate unit if you're focusing it enough. And you can absolutely isolate stuff and punish with that combo. So good. And you can see here, man, Bloodletters just coming in, being really nice. Arball doing really well. Characters, we're just able to grind out the Dowie characters, and now we've got, you know, Spawn Summon doing some pretty good work here. Hellforged Toast just absolutely wrecking everything. Chosen got their value back. Just lots of cost-effective trades for Khorne all across the board, and Crave is just maximizing the pressure here, pushing up with Tattered Marauders, dropping swords on top of Ironbreakers. Not a lot of damage on those guys. But it's about sending a message, right? It's just free extra damage, and, you know, better to get damage that way than to eat the blasting charges. And have to grind through all of the armor and HP on these guys. They're juicy, man. Ironbreakers are really good at holding against demons. You do really need all the blasting charges to go off for them to really pay for themselves. You gotta make sure that you're hitting low armor targets. Like, they can do pretty good work against Furies and Fleshhounds, but, you know, Exalted Bloodletters are probably the thing you want to focus down most of the blasting charges. Slayers are really good at peeling Fleshhounds. A little less good at peeling Furies, and Furies love chewing on Slayers, so that can be kind of tricky. This is a really uphill battle for Dowie. I just think that the more armor-piercing missiles that Dowie can stack, and the more slows they can get off, the better off they are. Like, flash bombs, like I said, the slow rune. I don't know why the hell I can't remember the name of the damn rune. But stacking all of those slow debuffs on Khorne just ruins the Blood God's day. The last thing you want to do as Khorne is to be CC'd and not be able to get your units on target, because it just makes your life so much more difficult if that's going on. Not having any magic to counteract it either is what makes it so good. You know, because typically if you're playing a faction like Khorne and something like that gets locked down, like Lizardmen play a little similarly against the Dowie in a lot of ways. Lots of cheap and effective armor piercing. If one of their units gets slowed, though, you can actually heal them. Khorne doesn't really have any healing, which makes it really hard to persevere through like the damage that you can take from ranged units. So that's where your bread and butter is Dowie against Khorne, in my opinion. Gyrocopters are pretty vulnerable to the Furies. I wouldn't even bother with these things. These ones got pretty good value, but the second Furies got on them, they got shut down. And you really need your ranged units to be the heavy lifters here. Quarrelers are not very good. Kanan was awesome, dude. I'm gonna just hold my tongue on the gold chevron cannons, because they just pounded Khorne. I'm honestly wondering if maybe like a double cannon build wouldn't be bad, because they can shoot down the characters that you can't deal with. They can shoot Minos and Fleshhounds. Any skull cannons that come out, they can do good work against. Heralds they'd be good against, and they can shoot the high-value infantry just fine. That might be the only thing that Uberman could change. Is just maybe bring another cannon. Get rid of the Brotherhood of Grimnir. Bring him in the reinforcement pool. That's honestly where they're better starting. They're just so vulnerable to damage from so many different targets in the early game that I think they're just not the way to slant your build for the start. Rune of Slowness, there we go. God damn. So obvious. You played really well, Johannes. That was really nicely done, dude. That's exactly how you want to play against Dowie. Just, like, be patient, wait for openings, skirt around and surround the Dowie, intercept reinforcements, and just keep them from getting settled on objectives. You know, it's a lot harder to take them from Dowie than it is to stuff Dowie back. Like, you know, dwarves are slow, man. They're very vulnerable to armor piercing, and you made full effect of the bloodletters and the heavy-hitting units, and Scar was just disgusting, dude. Killing Karagrim the way he did was awesome to watch. You love to see the Dowie foot squads get countered like that. Yeah, the new Hell Cannon's pretty good at shooting gyros. It does big damage. It's a gaze and a gash levels of power. Which, if you don't know, gaze and a gash does disgusting amounts of damage. That might honestly be the thing that the ROR Hell Cannon is best at, in fact. Like, it's great against infantry, but against stuff like Changebringers, Doom Knights, Ripper Dactyls even, you know, any, you know, Pterodon Riders, anything like that. The ROR Skull Cannon, with its tracking missiles, just puts down a whooping on those targets. It's vile. It definitely needs a cost increase. I think the Bellower could be 1,700 or even 1,800 gold, and then it would be balanced on cost. 1,400 is a joke. I don't know who was letting their, like, whatever cultist of Khorne they let on to code that day. They needed to come in and check behind them. It's too cost effective right now. I mean, it's really nice for Khorne, because Khorne has honestly struggled against really dedicated flyer ranged cores. That was probably the hardest thing for Khorne to deal with against Tzeentch, was not Exalted Flamer, what is it? Burning Chariots. Burning Chariots and the Changebringers. And you just couldn't do anything. Like, you could bring Valkia and Furies, but Valkia just can't, like, kill anything if it's running away, because flying combat is so janky. And the Hell Cannon completely avoids any of those shortcomings in aerial combat by just being a range unit and just absolutely deleting stuff. Yeah, basically. Everything that... I mean, other than the infantry, Khorne loves fighting infantry. But, you know, it does good damage against SCs. It's not great, but it can do good work in a pinch. Amazing against ranged flyers. Pretty good against elite cavalry also. It can kill models with its shots pretty efficiently. What else? It's also good against other artillery crews. Because if you roll it up and get a shot off on, like, a bolt thrower or something, it shreds. It'll take out the artillery pieces, the vortex it leaves behind, does a ton of damage to cannon crews, and stuff like that. That's another thing that Khorne struggled with on the last patch, was how to, like, dive artillery. Because without magic, it's kind of difficult. But now you've got Bloodspeaker with some cool abilities that you can pop to, like, make your units slay cannons real quick. You've also got the counterfire with the ROR. And what else do you have? Get in here. I don't know. Yeah, just those few extra units, man. Blood Speaker's very underrated right now. This guy just on horseback with the spells, the quote-unquote spells, is awesome. Like, Pilgrimage of Skulls is whack. It's so good. Just making stuff unbreakable on Khorne is so wild, and it's an effect radius too. So if you pop this in the right area, you can make your entire like frontline engagement unbreakable and just absolutely shred stuff while keeping their vigor up. You can go in, you can support murderous exhortations, you can pop wild abandon on stuff. There's all kinds of cool strats you can do with this dude. Like, the War Shrine's cool and all. Blood Sacrifice, honestly, take it or leave. I don't really think the heal is necessary with the abilities he has. That's just my 2 cents with him. Very excited to see people use Blood Speaker a bunch. Using Arbol. Dude, Arbal's great. Honestly though, I've probably used him the least out of all the new lords. I'm really loving Skull Taker and the Blood Speaker, man. They sing to me. Especially this guy. I mean, in some of the matchups where your opponent's bringing like missile heavy builds, Skull Taker on the Chariot is just a beast. He's hard to snipe. And he gets that immune to flanking, and he can fight on top of halberds with immune to flanking and actually perform well. It's kind of crazy. Using him because he's him. It's probably the most succinct and beautiful way of describing your lord preference, honestly. Alright. Hell yes. We've got our first replays trickling in, so I'm going to start going through all these. Kislev Cathay, Warriors of Chaos versus either Khorne or Kislev. Chaos Doors versus Norska. Fuck yeah, man. It's a cursing stream today. What is YouTube gonna do about it? Demonetize me? I don't know what this is. We'll throw this in here. I need to clean up my replays folder. I've got so many. I've got like a million freaking replays in here. A lot of these are from last season. They're very outdated at this point. But we'll worry about that later. I don't know what y'all want to see, but I want to see Kislev and Cathay scrap a little. This is not a matchup I've seen very often. We've got Havren over here going up against Clone. Pretty straightforward Grand Cathay build. Nice and wide. Not a lot of missile units in here. I really like the crossbows with shields. Because they beat the hell out of Kossars and the Ice Guard bows. They don't shoot Kossars very well, but
not disappoint Ursun, Salyak, Dash, and Thor.
Okay, thank you, Katerin. Anyways, after all of that hubbub, you don't really want to shoot armored Kossars to begin with, just because of the shields. These guys are better dealt with in melee. They've got good melee stats. They hold a long time, so they're honestly something that you want to just... You want to avoid their shooting as best you can, since they're so short range. They're kind of slow, too. If you can just get them to shoot at something that's heavily armored, kind of like Jade Warriors. So these guys do have 70 armor, and they've got shields. They hold up to the pistol fire pretty well. Use the Jade Warriors and other missile units to like shoot down the Ice Guard or Streltsy or Kossars, just whatever your opponent has. That's how you profit best as Cathay against Kislev. And I'd really love to see Crane Gunners, man. Because Crane Gunners have Shield Breaker. They would chew through Armored Kossars. But Cathay's going to move up onto the middle here. Going to try and wrestle it away from Kislev. Kislev does have the Horse Archers who took it earlier. Taking the number 1 here. Don't have any missile or harmony over here. It's a bit of an error, if I may be so bold. But we do have Onyx Croman coming over now. They'll give the Yin Harmony over here for the Jade Warrior Halberds and the Peasant Spears. They'll be able to do some nice work with all of the Harmony buffs. Cathay does take the number 2 objective, and Katarin's chewing on some Jade Warriors out here. Horse Archers firing in, but getting counterfired by Peasants is not fun. Jade Warrior Crossbows also getting some nice cost-effective damage in here. Just firing away. They got the Armor Bastion of the Great Cities, actually, for the extra armor. Which isn't a bad idea, truthfully. If you're going to be skirmishing in the early phases of the game, armor stacks really nicely for your units. It can help you out a lot in these range trades where there's no AP on the table. Look at the Horse Archers just getting massacred right now. The Peasant Spears are providing the harmony for the Peasant Archers here. Just making them a little bit more resilient on the leadership front. You know, otherwise they probably would be getting really close to routing here. Horse Archers are going to pull out. Crossbows and the Spears, they're just going to box these guys away. The Crossbows definitely need to shoot the Horse Archers as they're running. We got the Frozen Heart of Winter waddling out onto the battlefield. Wow, I would not be brave enough to bring this against Grand Cathay. But this is a build and a half from Kislev so far. Kossars will probably beat the Peasant Long Spears here. Watchmen and the Knight are in a pretty good combat. They'll beat the Jade Warriors. Halberds will take a while to get through. The Blossom Wind comes down. Not a spell you see terribly often. And this is on the Shugengan Lord. Wow, okay. So, playing with a very odd spell kit. Storm the Shadows is very meta. Blossom Wind you don't see super often, but it did a little bit of damage to these Kossars here. And Grand Cathay has a nice value lead in the early game so far. Halberds are in formation attacks, so they're not really engaging these Kossars. The Onyx Croman are doing most of the work here. Kind of suffering the worst of it in terms of the damage also. These guys are better attacking the rear of a unit. They can just fly up and get around the rear, but we do have Peasant, or the Costified Dervishes that could answer and just hammer into those guys really nicely. Peasant Spears get cleaned up by the Ice Guard Glaives back here. Got some nice value in the process. Other one over here, 131, which isn't tremendous. We've got cannons coming out, ranging the Frozen Heart here. Could definitely try and pop the Elemental Breath on some of these Jade Warriors, I think. Also could go after the Zhanggu War Drum if you wanted to, but would put him in range of the cannon. Doing a decent job of hiding behind the pillar. Gotta love it, and that's a really nice breath attack. That's a really good start for this guy. These things are just not having healing on these bears anymore is pretty painful. Patriarchs do still have Saliacs, of course, but that only does so much. Patriarchs are kind of expensive for the price point they have. And the heals really were always kind of the selling point on those guys. Jet Lions doing some pretty good damage to Katarin. Katarin definitely needs to be careful here, and we're going to have to find some way to get the Frozen Heart of Winter to find some value here. Does have the Heart of Winter down, and Jet Lion kind of wanders into this aimlessly and is taking the worst of the damage here. In the final stages of the spell, completely trapped up in the vortex. Damn, took about 1,000 damage there, which is really not great. Shugengan Lord is going to drop into combat with Katarin here. and not going to be the winner of this combat. No AP on the Shugengan Lord. You're better staying up in the sky, but with some support from the Jet Lion that will probably help out. Also going to silence Katarин, so no spellcasting either. Kossars and the pistol Kossars definitely needing to help out here. The Shugengan Lord barely hanging in here. 800 HP, but Katarin does get taken out by the Jet Lion here. Decent little value on that unit. Nothing tremendous. Peasant Archers still firing away. Good value on the Archers. Wow, and the crossbows was 1750 on there. Probably a lot of that on the Frozen Heart of Winter, and the Frozen Heart of Winter is still hanging in here. Does have 200 kills, only 900 value, but being able to clear out the Jade Warriors is pretty nice all on its own. Grain Cannons are getting some good shots. Iron Hell Gunners trying to find a combat. Kislev taking the middle, controlling the #1 objective, and we've got Armored Kossars. They're going to kill the hell out of these Peasant Spears. Peasant Spears with no harmony. Very bad unit. Ice Guard Glaives, just cleaning up more chaff infantry. Kossovite Dervishes taking the charge from the Peasants. Not a great combat for those Kossars. They're getting shot by the Iron Hails as well, which are doing some pretty big damage, just massacring these guys. 11 kills on them, 100 value. Certainly nothing to sneeze at so far. Ice Guard Glaives definitely need to punish with the missiles, getting a nice volley there. Wow, the Horse Archers. Kiting around these Peasant Horsemen back here. Another Blossom Wind goes down. Chewing on these Kossars. Doing a little damage, but not finishing there. We do have Winged Lancers suffering under the effect of Storm of Shadows here. Big debuff on the speed, and the cannons just massacring these guys on the way through. Empress Crowman intercepting. Iron Hail Gunners too, man, turning attention to the Winged Lancers here and getting big damage there. Winged Lancers are going to get through the Peasant Horsemen on this side, though. And I don't know if the Iron Hails are going to be able to survive here. Winged Lancers have to get on top of these Iron Hails right now, though, or they're going to get absolutely obliterated. If you lose the... no, please don't withdraw. No, just get in there. You gotta kill this missile unit. You're going to take damage trying to retreat here anyways, and you do not want to take any volleys from Iron Hails. They just do too much damage. You're better off just, like, trading semi-inefficiently and killing the unit. Buyer Blood is proccing here, and they're just going to take a ton of damage on the way out, and basically just lose value there. And Cathay is probably going to be able to recontest here. Shouldn't be too terrible of a time. Jade Lancers should probably chase the Horse Archers there. It's going to take forever to catch them, but these guys do have 78 speed. They'll be able to follow for quite a while, and should be able to do decently against everything except Winged Lancers. Kossovite Dervishes they do beat, and man, these guys taking pretty serious damage from the Horse Archer poke. 300 value on the Horse Archers. Iron Hails obliterating the Watchmen in the night, dude. The 800 value on the Iron Hails. Kossars, what are they firing at? Oh, trying to kill the Shugengan Lord, which is a good call. Not the most damage on these missiles. But, you know, Shugengan Lord only has 70 armor. You know, not super statted up for tanking missile fire at all. Iron Hail Gunner volley is going to be sending those guys on their way, just like the Armored Kossar counterparts over here. Another Blossom Wind, but the issue is that Ice Guard do have a little bit of spell resistance. Not a ton, but does help mitigate some of that damage. They're pretty low armor anyways. So the high AP on Blossom Wind, not going to do tremendously against these guys. You're better off using Dragon Breath on the Ice Guard Glaives. It's a much more efficient spell against those guys. Armored Kossars, 173 kills here. Probably all from just fighting Peasant Spears and the like. Onyx Crowman finally landing on the Glaives here. Getting big damage on these guys, but the Ice Guard did trade pretty efficiently. They have paid for themselves here. 210 kills, They've occupied attention on these this #1 objective for a long time, given plenty of time for Kislev to work down the Jade Lancer that was trying to anchor the #3 objective here. Kosovo Dervishes chilling out here. Gonna get back in combat and help finish up the Jade Lancers here. With the help of the Horse Archers, you got 550 value so far. Ooh, Glaive's taking big punishment from the cannon. Cannon waddling forward a little too much. Gotta be very careful. Leave your artillery on guard mode at all times. Just so stuff like this doesn't happen, where if they get LOS or your opponent's unit just walks out of range, they don't just like wander into the front line. Really high level players are going to actually check that. They'll send a cavalry unit to the edge of cannon range, and then they'll run out and they'll just watch and see if your cannon follows. It happens a lot, so just always at the start of a battle, just put them in guard mode. Don't even worry about trying to do anything fancy with them. Patriarch is going to die here. Kislevite warriors. We do have some Kossars here, you know, getting some work done against the Jade Warriors, but losing this Patriarch is really painful. The Shangu War Drum is just still in here, providing melee attack now, and also the ITP and reload skill to all of the units around here, in addition to giving big harmony buffs. Just slowly going to whittle down all of the Kislevite durability on the points. And I think Cathay's basically got the game in the... Well, I don't know, actually. They've got to capture all of the objectives. Kislev does have the #3 out here. Cathay is trading really well in terms of value. But the cap situation is actually looking a little dire, because Kislev just needs to send all of their stuff over onto the objective that they're holding right now, and just try and value trade as best they can here and hold this one objective. If they spread out and try and contest all of these, they're going to lose this game. They're not going to take the middle objective here. Way too many units left. This desperate dive from the Horse Archers was honestly a pretty good play, but Peasant Horsemen come out and save the Crane Gunners for the most part. 26 models left. They got a decent number of volleys. They should be able to counterfire here in the middle. Kislev might win this on points, guys. Cathay is flipping it over here. Spears need to be up on the objective and do need to be fighting the Dervishes here. Clone is getting behind the Dervishes so they can't disengage at all and kite around the point and slow the cap down. We are going to get a cap there, but Kislev flips the middle objective, and there's suddenly not enough cap weight here. Jade Warriors moving across. Peasant Horsemen getting stuffed by Winged Lancers right now. Lancers actually get on top of the Great Cannon too, and Jade Lancers gonna help push these guys off, but not gonna be able to take this middle objective in time, I fear. The very traditional weakness of Cathay coming in full display here. They just don't have enough to move infantry sometimes. Kossars come in here with some armored Kossar support. Patriarch hung in there just long enough to provide the cap weight for the flip. And, yeah, Cathay's just going to get stuffed off here. Really nice micro on the Winged Lancers. Right before these guys get to the objective, intercepting the Jade Warriors. Buyer Blood did proc earlier. Not going to be able to hold up long enough. You can see Cathay is finally flipping. If this Jade Warrior had gotten on, and the Lancer hadn't intercepted and given just those few extra seconds, maybe Cathay is looking at a completely different outcome. Really well played, though. That was a great game. Scrapping all the way down to the end for both sides, and I don't know what you do here as Cathay. I think just a little bit more attention being paid to the Crowmen would have made a big difference. They did kind of get thrown into Armored Kossars a couple of times there, and they're not very good at fighting Ice Guard either. Ice Guard just have too good of melee defense and decent enough melee attack to deal with these guys. Croman are much better at rear charging stuff like Kossars, and getting on top of like trapped Kossovite dervishes and stuff. They don't want to be grinding into the armored Kossars or the glaives. I saw a little too much of that. But other than that, there really wasn't too much to complain about here. Cathay obviously held the value damage difference. The Shugengan Lord magic was just a little lacking there. I think you're better off bringing Dragon Breath and making use out of that, because you can just absolutely obliterate Kossars and Kislevite warriors with it. Does disgusting damage. Jade Shield isn't a terrible idea. Just for the damage resistance, it's only 11 seconds. You can double that with an Overcast, which isn't a bad idea either, honestly. You've got one of the better casting lords in the Shugengan Lord, but Zhao Ming is probably a little bit better here. Just because he gets Dragon's Breath all the time while he's in Dragon form. Dragon form is very powerful as a combatant. It can get around the entire battlefield and help you in a lot of fights that otherwise are just going to take you way too long to win. And I think that was also part of the issue for Cathay, is that they had a lot of units that were trading very efficiently and got their value back, but weren't killing Kislevite units quickly enough. Kislev just stayed up on the objectives all game and was just pushing Cathay off over and over again. So, I think that's really the only area where the Cathay build needs to be, like, hyper-focused for, like, optimization. Rip. Sorry, Rogue. That's unlucky, man. We'll be doing it one next week, same time. Be there, or be square. And, you know, just think of this as you're getting a little bit of scouting on your opponents. You can play some ladder games and practice in the meantime. Go check out all the, you're in RTK now. Go check out all the Dom build guides. There's so many knowledgeable players in the clan. And they will absolutely push you over the top for game knowledge. So yeah, let's get out and go check out some more replays, guys. We got plenty of them. That was a very fun game. Very, very off-kilter builds, but honestly ones that are interesting and really, under the circumstances, played really well into one another, despite there being very equal counters on both sides. To a lot of these units, nobody just like completely dominated this game. You really love to see... You just love to see equally matched opponents, man. I love it. It's great. Nothing better than a close Dom game. The tension is so palpable in these close matches. I mean, you're like sweating it out for that last little bit of value, that last objective that you have to cap. Alright. So we've got some Warriors of Chaos action, Maxian Hero coming in here against Khorne. Lots of Khorne rep. Very appropriate. I mean, they are probably the premier DLC faction. Khorne has always been very beginner-friendly and just very aesthetically attractive. I mean, look at the fucking armor on these guys. Like, I'm sorry, none of the other Chaos Warriors have this much drip. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Arbol on foot is an interesting choice, actually. And will probably be pretty good here against the Warriors of Chaos, honestly. Does need to avoid Village and the Exalted Heroes. These guys, even though they don't have, any of them have AP, they've got decent enough stats, they'll probably still win the 3v1. So if I were War Criminal, I'd just send Arbol over to the number 1 You don't really need them up on the middle objective. You can dominate the side points here with your mobility. You've got decent infantry, and this is a big mistake here from Maction. Throwing axes getting caught by great weapon Minotaurs. Taking some pretty serious pounding here. They do get a good throwing axe volley off and disengage pretty cleanly here. Fleshhounds, though, are springing a bit of a pincer movement here. They do re-engage the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes here. And now we've got the Marauder Great Weapons doing their very best, but being caught out of position. Very isolated from the rest of the army here. That was the worst circle of all time. What the hell is wrong with me? Really good charging with the Horsemen, too. War Criminal definitely knowing the ways of Khorne here. Man, the Minotaur is getting mauled by the throwing axes, and Hellstriders did come out. Really good response from Maction, getting the Hellstriders onto the field to counter the Fleshhounds here. Fleshhounds do okay into Hellstriders. Not the best fight for them, but they should be able to get some good work done. Arbol is just not taking any damage in this fight over here. Very tanky, great melee defense on him. Really good melee attack, and he's kind of beating down Village, actually. The Exalted Heroes need to make sure that they're engaging Arbol and nothing but Arbol, but the Chaos Warriors are stacked in here and making that kind of hard. Marauders, doing okay. They're losing to the Aspiring Champions and the Chaos Warriors. They're doing a good job of holding, though. Minotaurs got countered really bad here. They just got absolutely dunked on by the throwing axes. But Fleshhounds did beat the Hellstriders. Those guys are routing. I would just turn it and fight the Hounds here. Don't want to take the flanked debuff on the leadership. These guys have only 60 leadership at base. Kind of squishy in that regard. 16 models. They should be able to beat the Hounds here. Definitely needs something to keep the Hellstriders off the back of them. Maction needs to engage here. We need to just see some action going on there from either of these players, and that'll swing the fight pretty nicely for them. Arbol just beating down all the foot characters here. Marauder Horsemen do break, though. It's very unfortunate. Fleshhounds do get on the throwing axes, doing big work there. And, wow, Chaos Warriors surrounded by the Trolls and some great weapon Marauders. Chaos Warriors here also. Little bit of friendly fire from the throwing Horsemen. But they are hitting the Trolls, and they are helping out their comrades here pretty decently. Definitely going to need a little bit more assistance over here, I think, for Khorne. Just send the Tattered Throwing Axe over here also. You're killing a lot of his Horsemen. These Fleshhounds doing really good work here. Definitely punishing those Throwing Axes really nicely. Fleshhounds hanging in here. Just about paying for themselves. Pretty nice performance. Chaos Warriors need to actually probably just stay here, just pile into combat, force movement from the Horsemen. Arbol is just bodying everything here still. God, dude. Arbol's so fucking cool. Look at this guy. What's up, buddy? Having a whale of a time beating up on the Aspiring Champions now. Really good Infernal Gateways have been coming out from Village here, but the spell resistance is pretty meaty. You know, 35%. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's Fleshhounds. I was about to say, how did these guys get 50% spell resist? Just a 35 is normal, but on a spell like Infernal Gateway, that's mitigating 2 damage from the Vortex per second. It does have the spell intensity, so it might actually be 3 per second, which is pretty significant. Just sparing any amount of damage from those attacks is always a good thing for you. Knights of Immolation come out. I think the Changebringers would have been a better... oh wait, you can't bring the Changebringers as walk. My bad. That's unfortunate for them. Doom Knights do come out. They're going to intercept old Arbol here. They're going to try and assist in beating down on this guy, but Arbol does get the Horn of Khorne popped. Destroyer of Khorne is here also. Giving him a little bit of extra stats right now. Not very heavily charged up. Only 1 extra melee attack and 1 extra weapon strength, now that I'm looking at it. Mostly just because he's been fighting the heroes so far. He's been beating them pretty badly, and now that he's got some Minos here to assist against the Trolls, Trolls are going to get absolutely worked on here. The Armored Trolls up here have only lost 2 models. They're cleaning up pretty nicely against the Chaos Warriors. Khorne still is holding this objective, but the Knights of Immolation, if they get a nice, what is it, Searing Torrent off here, they might be able to break this position. Really good micro from Maction there. Gonna get the rear charge. Rear charge would probably get rid of the Frenzy on the Warriors and make them a lot easier for the Trolls to deal with. You know, the Trolls are regenerating through most of the damage, but they are still slowly losing models, losing another 2 right there as we speak even. Marauders fighting in here. Arbol trying to finish the Curseling here. Halberds, or not Halberds, but the Marauders of Khorne and the throwing axes are hanging in here. Halberds kind of getting bodied by the aspiring champions, who are now locked in combat against the Minotaurs here. Should be a pretty even fight, honestly. These Minotaurs actually have a lot of decent charge on the Blood Greed. So they've got 43 melee attack, and they're actually getting through the melee defense of the aspiring champions right now. They've got good enough weapon strength, they can actually beat on these guys pretty nice. Chaos Warhounds trying to take the number 3 here. Honestly, I would go clean up this Marauder first, and then come cap the objective. That is a little risky, but, you know, you don't know how many supplies your opponent has at any one time. I always prefer to be aggressive, no matter what. So, just to sweep up a unit and make it a little easier to cap here, because if these guys get on, then their cap weight is going to make this a lot harder for the Hounds. And if the Hounds had gotten out here and gotten the rear charge, they would have instantly broken the Marauders, probably. Always worth looking for just tiny little things like that. Make a big difference, because now you've got the Marauders getting a charge off. You can see how much damage they're doing to the Warhounds with poison there. Village does go down here, and that's going to make the Warriors of Chaos lives a living hell here. But Arbol is taking some nasty work from the Exalted Hero, but he does squeak away. And I don't know how you're going to get back on top of that guy. Mino's getting collapsed on by the Hellstriders. Definitely going to be able to work those down. Really nice catch. Not before the Minotaurs do pay for themselves, though. More Flesh Hounds. Marauder throwing axes, just cleaning up infantry characters. Man, the Armored Trolls break out here. They actually lose in the grind to the Chaos Warriors, man. That's impressive. Chaos Warriors showing what they're made of, dude. None of them trading amazingly here, but even in this very beleaguered state, only 1200 HP. You can see they've still got 25 leadership. They can get in, they can get a good charge off, and they can probably just trade for a few seconds and keep stuff pushed off. What you do with really low health infantry like this, if you're not going to unsummon them at least, is you just go and you just stuff full health units that are trying to get up onto the point. And then you grind a little bit of extra value out with your tattered units. You bring fresh ones up to replace from your summons. And you're holding the objective the entire time, and you just profit. It's pure profit, baby. Free real estate all day. Never doubt. Fleshhounds somehow got 300 value fighting Armored Chaos Warriors and Exalted Heroes. Not a good fight for Fleshhounds. Very inefficient trade there. These guys could have been over here helping out against the Hellstriders, who are really starting to put in some serious work against the mobility of Khorne. Arbol back here, barely surviving against the Doom Knights. Are the Doom Knights going to get the finish here? Finishing Arbol would be great, but I honestly think the Knights of Immolation are wasting their time a little bit. They don't have good AP. I think they would have been better off coming and supporting the side fight over here. Like, coming over here, rear charging the Hounds that are engaging these Hellstriders would have won you the combat real quick. These guys have really good impact damage with the magical attacks to just rip apart Fleshhounds. Tailor-made for countering Fleshhounds, even. And these guys have had really good targets on the field. I don't think Maction has used them as efficiently as he could have. Throwing axes have gotten some good value against them. And War Criminals did a really good job of just being very tenacious at attacking these guys. You know, Hounds, or the Knights of Immolation really want to be the ones who are getting the charges off at all times. They do not want to get locked down on the ground. And they've been stuck down there for quite a while. More Minos coming out. Getting on top of these Marauder great weapons. Definitely need a little Marauder support. This is a very minor thing, but another thing that will stack up in the long run. You don't want to just charge your Minotaurs into infantry units, especially great weapons. Yeah, the great weapons don't have great stats, but they do have armor piercing. They can get through the armor of the Minotaurs pretty decently. And, I mean, you can see how long they're holding, and they've held them there for a while for the throwing axes to actually get some pretty good value against these Minos. Another little thing that I think War Criminal can clean up, but broadly speaking, doing a great job. I mean, the throwing axe play out here on the #1 objective has been pretty immaculate. Getting all of the volleys off with the throwing axes, using the actual cavalry to clean up infantry that are just scattered around out here, and assisting those Chaos Warriors to just continue the grind, and they actually managed to win over there, which I was a little surprised by. I would have thought that Chaos Warriors, with a Marauder great weapon and a Troll, would have been able to beat 3 Chaos Warriors. But apparently not. Khorne, man. Stalwart as hell. Love to see good performance from the heavily armored infantry corps. And Arbol was an absolute raid boss there. Took a triple team, took a 3v1, and just shook it all off, man. In the absolute prime of his existence, apparently. Alright. Give me one sec, guys. I'm going to download some more replays here from the Discord. Close Opera, because it really wants to be opened for some reason. Khorne versus Chaos Dowie will be good. Empire High Elves. Khorne Kislev. And Dowie Ogres. Nice to see some Dowie, or, not Dowie, but Ogre rep here. You know, a lot of people got, scared off of playing them with the bugs that have been going on. But with the, mod fix, they're actually pretty decent. They've been doing pretty well. Much better, this go around, and we'll see, let's see how they do against Slaanesh here. Slaanesh has a decent matchup against the Ogres. They've got pretty good cost-effective spears. They've got a little skirmish that isn't half bad. Especially against, especially good against Pigback Riders and the Ogre Bulls. Because, you know, Pigback Riders do have shields, but they've got pretty low HP, and it's only a bronze shield, and they don't have great armor. So I actually think the Javelins are going to do some pretty serious work here. Yeah, 15 armor is pretty gruesome. Not good. Excuse me, guys. Very congested today. So obnoxious. You hate to see it. Butcher coming in here. Great Maw. Gold Glorious Gold is on the table from the Paymaster here. Brag the Gutsman on the field as well. We've got Troll Guts. Ooh, the Maw. Very high damage potential spell. Bone Crusher, extra ingredients. Going for some big casting for sure. A Slaaneshi Exalted Keeper of Secrets. I'm not sold on this Lord.
Keep it from the foe.
In my experience, these things are just way too big. They just take disgusting damage from ranged attacks. Ogres don't have a lot of that, though. They've got the Thunder Tusk, and that's about it. And it's actually really putting a beat down on the Ogre Paymaster here, and Bragg the Gutsman getting shot up by the Javelins right now. Also taking some pretty serious damage. Look at that coming in there. Oh my god. Just need to keep cutting back with these guys, and they're just going to value trade all day here. Pavane still locking this guy down. Definitely the overcasted variant. Drawing him all the way into the Seekers. This is a very dead Bragg here. Captain Pinchy with a really good catch here. Great punish on the overextend. Pigback Riders and Noblars engaging the Fiends a little bit. Actually get some pretty good damage on these guys. Nothing to scoff at. I'm not sure if that was the Pigback Riders so much as it was the, probably the Thunder Tusk here. Thunder Tusks are just so strong. Does whiff its shot on the Devoted Marauders' spears. Noblars and the Pigback Riders engaging, and Bragg the Gutsman getting farmed out here. Only got 100 value. That's so painful. Oh my god. Saber Tusk pack getting countered by the Horsemen here. Running for their lives from the Fiends. Fiends are going to catch these guys probably sometime here. Very soon. They're equivalent in speed. Definitely need a summon out here to do something about this. And they do get caught. Immediately get punished by the devastating flanker and rampaged, and wow, they just broke immediately. Captain Pinchy proving the performance in Turin's opening season tourney was absolutely not a fluke and is a player that demands respect from everybody. Definitely got to take notice here. Devoted Marauders are getting their bread buttered pretty badly right now. Thunder Tusk helping out a lot for the infantry fights. Getting a big shot there on the Chaos Hellscourge Warriors. Exalted Keeper is going to find the Thunder Tusk now. We do get a really nice rampage. Seductive Glory goes down, lowering the melee defense as well as getting the rampage. Going to last another 3 seconds here. Did pop Acquiescence on this guy as well. 3 melee defense right now. And honestly not doing a lot of damage to this thing right now. That's a little surprising. Pigback Riders are also on top of these Fiends here. Pigback Riders do disgusting damage versus large for the price point. I mean, they're 375 gold. They're almost up to paying for themselves already. They really haven't been here long. That is going to be a use of Gold Glorious Gold, or Cash Cascade actually. Giving them melee attack and leadership there. Definitely going to help the performance of these Pigback Riders. 46 melee attack, 12 bonus versus large. Look at the work they're doing against these Fiends right now. Oh my goodness. Toad Killer dragging this battle back a little bit here. Ooh, Nobbler Trappers coming out as well. Where are they aiming? Shooting the Fiends, which is a good idea. Killing these Fiends is going to be very important. Thunder Tusk hanging in here, man. Losing Bragg in the early game hurt, but Slanesh is starting to look a little thinned out right now. About to lose this Lord. Lord's getting punished really hard right now. Doesn't have a lot of support. These Hellscourge Warriors are going to do well here. Dismember does go down on him, actually doing some pretty big damage now. Really nice to see. I kind of like the rework on Dismember. It was kind of samey to Curse of the Slug with how it was previously. Now I think it's in a pretty good spot. Oh, Ogre's out here also putting some good work on this objective. Lots of Saber Tusk pack coming out. Going after the Seekers, but there is a Saber Tusk pack getting ripped apart out here. More Seekers coming in. Seekers should win that engagement out there. And Ogre Kingdoms are trading pretty well. They definitely are winning the middle. They're a little too spread out, though. They cannot play triple objectives against Slanesh. Anytime you're playing Slanesh, you do not push all 3 objectives. The Noblars are just like free army charge for Slanesh here. Like, they're getting fascinations, narcissisms, everything they could possibly want out of killing all of these little Noblar trappers out here. There's no way these guys are paying for themselves either. I'm eating my words on this one. They actually almost paid for themselves here. This one, though, doing a lot less hot. And, yeah, this Hellstrider getting just tons of charge on Soul Hunter. I would unsummon the Hellstrider here, get it back in the pool, regen it, and then resummon it, and make sure to resummon this one specifically, because it's going to have full charge when you bring it back in, and it's going to be absolutely disgusting with the extra leadership, damage resistance, and charge bonus. They'll destroy a Butcher or the Paymaster if they get on top of those guys. The Seekers have been doing good work out here. They did push off all of the Sabertusk packs, but the Mournfang Cav Great Weapons should be a decent answer, and I feel like getting on top of the Thunder Tusk with the Seekers would have been better than trying to use the Exalted Keeper here. Exalted Keeper is really not done too hot, and the gotta remember that the Javelin attack here, it is just like the Hunter Javelin, does anti-large, armor-piercing damage. Gets a big shot in there. It takes about 300 HP off of the Exalted Keeper, and can fire on the move, and Thunder Tusk is going to come in here and just beat this guy down. Magical attacks, decent charge bonus, is exhausted, but does get in range. That Chilling Aura, big punishment, and actually gets close enough to apply the Frostbite also, and that's going to be a dead Exalted Keeper of Secrets, just crumbles out there very unceremoniously, and I think Slaanesh is cooked here. Losing the Lord like that, definitely not going to be able to sustain these demon units on the field long enough to fully take advantage here, I think. Ogres taking the number 3, losing the middle, still don't have the number 1 though. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Slash is not done here. Pinchy is a good enough player that I think even with a slight value deficit should be able to keep at it in this game. And Slash is great at just alpha striking objectives. Probably need to leave the these pigback riders are pretty beleaguered. I would leave them here with the Paymaster. Paymaster has good buffs. You know, buffs up leadership, buffs up melee attack. Headhunt's not a bad ability either. Lowering that melee defense is pretty damn strong. Oh, that's only on a Lord or Hero. Never mind. Thought it was on everything, but I guess not. But I would leave him here with the 2 pigback riders that are kind of beleaguered. Just move these Mournfangs over. Come on, man. Don't just leave the Sabertusks out here to die. Sabertusks just keep getting brought out just to get absolutely massacred. You can see the damage being done to them. Rampaging just because of the Feral Rage here. And just getting absolutely farmed by the Seekers, man. Seekers have been doing a really good job of clearing those. Boglars coming out. If they got up in this river, they'd be pretty ridiculous, but getting charged by the Fiends. Pigback Riders coming in to assist, though, should be able to help stiffen those guys up. Cannot forget about an expensive unit like this. These Mournfangs have to be moving and doing something, man. Thunder Tusk hanging out on the middle objective. 3,400 value on it. Man. Brutal. Very nice from the Ogre Kingdoms. But needs to save the number 3 objective. Slaanesh, as I predicted. Pinchy not letting the loss of the Lord affect him. Gonna get out here and alpha strike the number 3 objective. Mournfang Cavalry are moving up, down here. They're just moving into situations where there's just not enough support units. Like, so many units are being fed up onto objectives with nothing to back them up. Like, where the Ogre characters are going with a Thunder Tusk is where they're winning, and everywhere else, they just need to get Pigback Riders and the Trappers and the Mournfang Cavalry all running in a pack together, and they would be winning all these fights. As it stands, though, they're just engaging very haphazardly and getting punished. Pinchy is doing a really good job of, like, drawing out these units into bad situations. Like, Blood Vulture's out here, fighting a Seeker and a Chaos Fury here. Devastating Flanker getting procced probably by both of these units right now. They kind of have them in a very awkward, like, spread out position. Absolutely rip them apart, rout them immediately, farming up more army abilities to use for later. Mornfang Cavalry kind of get folded up here, man. Just takes a little too long for the heroes and the Thunder Tusk to move over and assist these guys. And Seekers with the crazy AP, fighting here with the Throwing Horsemen as well, doing some nice work. Cap the objective up, and now they're just going to move over and find another. Ogre's trading okay, but I think a lot of the value is not reflected in just how many of these units are shattering. And you know, by the time you're summoning a unit out for the second, or especially the third time, you no longer get any damage value applied to the models that you're killing oftentimes. You can see they just killed a whole Saber Tusk pack, and the damage value barely moved here. So I think it's a little unreflective right now. Ogres are very beaten up right now. The Thunder Tusk is still doing just disgusting damage. Such a good unit, man. Wildly overtuned right now. Thunder Tusk and Korngors and the Hellforged Bellowers are probably the S tier units from this DLC. And actually probably S plus tier just because how broken they are. Very, very incredible. Pinchy with a great win there. Looking really scary when he lost the Lord, but not panicking. Disengaged for a minute there, actually, just to get a nice critical mass of mobility out onto the field, and then just moving between points, taking out isolated units, intercepting reinforcements. We just did not see the Ogres move up enough of their units in tandem. Got decent trades to the Pigback Riders early, but they came out in that mid-game and really overextended themselves and got punished. So, Pinchy proving the prowess on Slaanesh yet again here. Great value on the Seekers. They did come in a couple times. Some of them didn't trade amazingly. But, you know, the rest of the units did pretty well themselves. Throwing Horsemen did nice. Fiends did good. And even just getting in and shattering a lot of those units with all the leadership debuffing and devastating flanker effects was definitely enough to be able to flip it for the degenerate faction, basically. Khorne vs. Kislev or Dowie Ogres, man. Let's do some Khorne versus Chaos Dowie. This is a pretty fun matchup. We've got Infernal Ironsworn coming in here. Astrogoth Ironhand looking to manhandle some enemy units. I'm just looking to get really aggressive here, honestly. Tingus is going to be helming his chosen faction. Definitely a very dedicated Chaos Dowie main. We love to see people having their champion factions. You know, Khorne's mine, Tingus on the Chaos Dowie. Who else is... Oh, Christopher's. I haven't seen Christopher's in a minute, but very dedicated Chaos Dwarf player. You got guys like Boss Toss, who are, you know, like top-tier players. Boss Toss plays Norsco really well. Loves to bring them anytime he can get his opportunity to bring them. But maneuvering into this match, we've got a Death Shrieker rocket, which should do pretty good damage to the Chaos Warriors. Just keep it on the Death Shriek, which is, you know, I mean, this thing fires hella quick. Targeting Arbol right now, not a bad idea. Astrogoth's a pretty good... Yeah, maybe shooting Arbol is the right answer. Because he is going to do really well against Astrogoth in a one-on-one fight. He takes a big hit there, man. 600 HP off of him. In the first shot, Arbol definitely needs to stay back. War Criminal needs to just keep him back in the rear lines for a minute, you know? You don't want to trade damage on your Lord in the early game if you can help it as Khorne. Luckily, there's no Fireglaves or Blunderbusses to really mess him up. The throwing axes actually got into the backfield here pretty decently. Tingus has a ton of supplies and has got to summon something out here to stop the throwing axes. Is bringing the Wolf Raiders, but I don't think that's enough. Death Shrieks have pretty god-awful leadership. And they suffer even in the melee combat. I actually really love the decision-making here. These things are just so bad with the melee defense that even without the AP damage, you can see how quickly these guys just rip through this unit, man. That's a big loss for Tingus there. Just not paying enough attention to the backline, immediately loses the Death Shriek. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders being rushed down by the Fleshhounds here. It's kind of hard to stay away from Fleshhounds because they're so quick, but you are a little bit isolated here. And it's kind of funny to say that when you've got your summon points here, but you don't have any other mobility out to help these guys. If you see a bunch of Fleshhounds and Marauder Horsemen chasing your Wolf Raiders, you just gotta, like, peel through your own infantry, and then you have your Infernal Ironsworn just standing right here to do exactly this. This is gonna be beautiful damage. Look at the... oh my god, beautiful. You love to see it, but the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes have already doubled their value. Really, really nice engagement so far for Khorne. But Tingus is starting to pull it back a little bit. Losing the Death Shriek hurt, but folds up a Horseman. Other Horseman back here is pretty beaten up. One Marauder is dead and gone, just about. Two Marauders over here are looking a little vulnerable. We do have Astrogoth, who's taken quite a bit of damage, but the Infernal Ironsworn with the Kadai Fireborn, they're not fighting... I mean, they are fighting Minotaurs. We all know how crazy Minotaurs are, but maybe they'll be able to persevere through this and out-trade the Minos. Arbol being here complicates that. Good Flamestorm on the Chaos Warriors here, getting some good damage. These Chaos Warriors got worked down by the Great Weapons and rear charges from the Wolf Raiders. More Minotaurs coming out on the field, looking to get really crunk and heavy metal. We got the Mino bus going in full effect at this point. If you've got more than 2 Minos on the field, you're committed to the full Unga Bunga. And I wholeheartedly approve, honestly. Hounds go down back here. Infernal Ironsworn are really doing some serious damage with the blasting charges now. They've gotten some pretty good volleys. They've killed some Fleshhounds. Dunking on these Chaos Warriors too, man. 69 models, hell yeah. Drops down to 68 immediately, and they rout too. Brutal stuff for Khorne here. Not winning this engagement either. Now, the Minos have probably, yeah, they just about paid for themselves. But the Kadai, Astrogoth, and the Ironbreakers are still hanging in here, and I don't think that you win this before your own stuff in this blob just gets worn down. Tingus bringing in the Renders now, too. A Render stacked with some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders will easily beat a Minotaur. Minotaur is engaging Ironsworn over here. Not a good fight for these guys. Ironsworn just have too much melee defense, and they've actually got good melee attack also. So they can poke in against the pretty low melee defense of the Minos here. You can see them starting to take some serious work. Starting to get worried about War Criminals' status on the battlefield. Not a lot of supplies in reserve here. Tingus is banking up a decent amount. Needs to unsummon the Wolf Raider back here. Is starting to sweep up here, and Arbol breaks. Is Arbol going to escape? Might be able to get away because the spawn summon killed the Kadai. Which is pretty nice use of the ability. 2100 value on Arbol. Very much paying for himself, but not being able to hang in here in the late game. It's going to really hurt Khorne. If he routes off the field or dies, you're going to lose all your frenzy pretty much, and then it's going to be pretty much game, because your throwing axes are going to have awful leadership at that point. They've only got 48 base, minus 10, they're at 38, which is like Hound unit level bad. And you really don't want to be in that position within it. With a pretty expensive and highly micro-intensive unit like that. They charge into the Great Weapon Dowie Warriors and get punished really bad for it. Wolf Raiders pile into combat here against them as well. We've got Kadai Fireborn kind of intercepting their retreat path. Infernal Ironsworn with 1,800 value, beating down a Mino. Gonna come after these Chaos Warriors, maybe. Maybe just gonna leave the Kadai, actually, and moving on to the middle objective here. Chaos Dwarves do own it, and it looks like old Astrogoth. I did miss it. Astrogoth just got KO'd by Arbal here. Arbal and the Minos actually beating up on the Bull Centaur Renders, who are also being attacked by Marauders. Doing some pretty good work there. War Criminal losing these Chaos Warriors, though, up here. You know, Kadai would be losing this fight without the splash attack change mod. But getting that sorted out, they're absolutely beating the hell out of the Chaos Warriors. Definitely going to clear that objective, and they are okay against Fleshhounds. They don't get any bonuses, obviously, to their hit chance. But 30 melee attack, better than the 29 melee defense these guys have. And they've got good enough melee defense to persevere through the worst of it. And they do have magical attacks at the end of the day. They're getting around the Fizz Res. They should trade evenly, at the least, against the Fleshhounds. Ironsworn hanging in there, man. 1,900 value. Going to finish off the Mino. Looks like Arbal did break again. Arbal, if he rallies, needs to not do anything else. I don't know if he is. Maybe once damage by artillery wears off, he will. Ooh, Death Shriek! Man, does not finish him there. Very unfortunate. Switching on to a new target, though. Going to hit the Marauder Horseman of Khorne. Arbal is still routing. Is he going to rally on the edge of the map here? If he routes, Khorne is in way more trouble than the Chaos Dowie. Chaos Dowie actually have some pretty durable units on the field. We've mostly got throwing axes and Marauders. I mean, if the Lord dies, these guys instantly rout. They're going to die anyways. Really nice airburst. Mortar shot lands right on their heads. Probably don't want to shoot those Marauders. I would just shoot the other Marauder on the #1 objective there. Clear those guys out. Lock up on the #2 and the 3. Arbal does manage to rally, so Khorne might be able to get back in this game. Just with, like, durable infantry. Tingus is going to have to do a lot here to mop up some of the units out here. Really nice catch, honestly, with the throwing axes. They do take a few swings from the Centaur Renders, it seems, on the way out. And lose a few models. What are they getting damaged by? What the hell is going on here? Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders? I guess because they're trying to chase the Renders, they're actually getting poked down by this idle unit of Wolf Raiders here. Which is pretty hilarious, because they're technically attacking these guys in the rear. They do just break them. This is so wonky, dude. Very bizarre interaction going on out there. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders get a really nice charge on the throwing axes. Kadai do need to get over here ASAP and help these guys. Good micro from Tingus. The Wolf Raiders do trade pretty well on the charge, but lose in a prolonged melee against the Horsemen. With the Kadai, though, they do win very decisively and should be able to stack with one another to beat down this Marauder. And this is not going to rally, probably. It's too much damage on that Marauder Horseman. Arbal hiding in the woods, being very brave. Putting on a very brave face here. Wolf Raiders looking to get active, and they're probably going to move up onto the #1. The way you do this is you charge and engage here, and then get the Cowardly Despoilers to proc by attacking the rear flank. Good dodges, avoiding the Airburst Mortar. Dowie forming a nice little box here, 2,200 on the Infernal Ironsworn. Chaos Warriors, man, they really haven't gotten a lot done. Kadai have been absolute champions for the Chaos Dwarves this game. The first unit did really nicely. This one's coming out here and just obliterating all of the Khorne infantry that are moving up to the objective. Tingus is banking a lot of supplies, and War Criminal just doesn't have anything in the bank. I believe this was my criticism in the last game also for War Criminal. not supporting the engagements enough, and also just split pushing way too much. All 3 objectives do not need to be held at any one time. Khorne is quick enough as an objective to be able to anchor 2, and then use mobility and, like, maybe, like, 1 infantry unit to, contest the, enemy's objective that they're trying to hold. That's the best way to play Khorne. Just running up to all 3 and trying to just, like, cap all 3 objectives the whole game and stuff your opponent is not the way to go about it. Khorne is a faction that wants to grind their opponent down in the early game and trade as evenly as possible, and then build up mobility, like a critical mass of mobility, to just completely dominate the mid game. That is how you play Khorne. And War Leader is doing really well in initial engagements, and I'm noticing just a slackening of, like, attention to detail in the later stages of the game. Like, as the battlefield breaks down, and you need to, like, really lock in and, like, mop units up that are, like, vulnerable and isolated, just not bringing in units and focusing those good value trades enough. Like, you had the objective advantage for so long, and now you're triple capped. There's no way you're going to be able to cap any of these objectives at this point. Just not enough units on the field. There's artillery back here just obliterating your units. Fleshhound's getting on in the cannon pretty decently, but Warriors do push him off. Really good stacking there, getting the Warriors back on top. Fleshhounds get intercepted. This is going to be a nasty shot from the Death Tree. And that's going to be it, man. Nicely done by Tingus with the comeback there. Arbald is so heavy metal. He's great. Kislev did win the game against Cathay. It was crazy. And yeah, Knights of Immolation, they weren't used to their full effect there, but even still, just chasing stuff down is always a good use of them. And they're very difficult to kill, especially for some factions. You know, if you don't have like good AP missiles and a snare, it can be hard to contest the Knights of Immolation. Just because they're so quick, they just descend from the skies and just obliterate, like, low armor chaff units. And Searing Torrent's really good for the more heavily armored stuff. Does pretty good damage. Very versatile unit. You know, I'm kind of tired of seeing Arbal. Let's watch some Empire action here. We've got Melkor going up against, say that 3 times fast. Melkor and KOTJ are going fisticuffs here. We've got Tyrion on horseback. Phaeton Ripost, Heart of Avalorn. No Sunfang. I like Sunfang against Empire, honestly. It's unlimited charges. It does disgusting amounts of non-AP damage, which is perfect for clearing state troopers. Maybe worth looking into next time. I'm no High Elf main. That's just my 2 cents, though. KOTJ, though, does have Sisters of Avalor and Lothern Seaguard. Spearmen are always really nice. They do pretty well against the state troopers. Pistoliers versus Heralds of the Wind. Heralds are going to outtrade these guys at range, but Pistoliers, if they can close the distance, probably not going to be able to, though. I forgot the Heralds are just, like, outright faster than most other units in the game. Even other skirmish cavalry. And they should be able to effectively kite the Pistoliers here and not have to worry too much. Carl Franz coming in, Gul Miraz, and Bloodroar, man. I forgot he has Bloodroar. Really, any leadership debuffing effect is always going to be good. And it's going to be really nice even against the High Elves. You know, you get in there, you have the leadership debuffing, and then you get, like, a rear charge with something. That's just, like, that's minus 24 leadership, and I know elves have pretty nice, a nice dealio going on with the leadership overall. But, you know, Spearmen with 70 at base, that's pretty breakable. You can definitely route those guys off before they can, give time for the, missiles to get any value. We'll see what happens here. Altdorf Griffites just hanging out in the back. Huntsmen on the field. Huntsmen probably want to scoot up. I don't know what they fire at, though. Lothar and Seaguard do range them pretty badly. 165 range to... Well, I mean, 165 to 160. But they do have the silver shields here. They'll massively outtrade Huntsmen over the course of a long grind. Heralds of the Wind are here, hanging out in the middle. More shots going after Karl Franz. Really good micro from Melkor, though. Not allowing the Lord here to just get shot up by the heavy armor-piercing missile fire that the Sisters of Avalorn have access to, man. Such a strong unit. But you definitely don't want him to get charged. Karl Franz can definitely tear out these guys. They're not immune to psychology. And they're pretty squishy, too. They don't have a ton of HP. Their armor is pretty bad at 40. They can definitely get checked by really hard-hitting units, man. Spearmen actually break through against their fellow spearmen. Doing really nicely here. Lothar and Seaguard firing their bows. Not doing a lot right now. Franz does get a good regrowth. Definitely going to be able to hang in there and do some pretty good damage into the late game. Silverhelms and Fireborn are going to be the summons for KOTJ. Lothar and Seaguard firing at the Pistoliers. Really nice focus fire. Don't shoot Spearmen here. It's a total waste of your time and effort. Melkor definitely making a big mistake here. I don't think you even bring Pistoliers, but if you do, their opportunity is to get through the backfield here. Either that, or they come around and they sit behind the front line and they're shooting the Silverhelms and the Dragon Princes right now. Because that would be helping out Franz a lot. Franz did pop Galmaraz and then immediately had to run away. Was not able to get very cost-effective trades there. Lost a lot of HP, and the Huntsmen are way too inactive right now. Gotta get the focus fire going. Could definitely be shooting the Silverhelms or the Dragon Princes right now, because these guys are pretty trapped up on Spearmen and Swordsmen right now. Definitely in a pretty vulnerable position. Losing some Spearmen in the front line are the High Elves. Winning a lot of the other infantry engagements on the field, though. Really nice charge with the Empire Knights, getting right on top of the Sisters. Mage of Light comes out with Nets, Shem's Burning Gaze, and Banishment. All pretty good spells. I would not waste my time with Banishment, personally. Does a lot of damage with the AP. Hangs on the field for a decent amount of time, but Net is just so much better. Like, being able to lock down these mobile units and punish them just like this. You saw the Net wearing off at the end here, but getting some really good volleys off of the Sisters of Avalorn before that happens. Basically paying for themselves here. These guys back here also just about ready to pay for themselves. KOTJ with a small value lead right now. Empire Knights do need to be killed here, though. We really need the Fireborn back here. Fireborn are trading pretty well, though. They're gonna kill some more Empire Knights. They're killing Huntsmen. Tyrion getting back on this Free Company militia. And what are these guys up to? 656 value. Royal Altdorf Griffites not paying for themselves, man. Getting us some really rough trades, it seems. Could take a regrowth. They've got 12 models, and, you know, they do still have terror that you could try and terror bomb some of the spearmen or something like that. Be creative, right? There we go. Really nice regrowth. Love to see people knowing what they're doing here. Getting on top of the Fireborn now. The Fireborn, with their backs turned, eat the full damage from the charge attack and get terrified, and I think they're breaking. Yep, they do break. That's going to be a really nice opportunity for the Royal Altdorf Griffites if they follow up there. or just go right after Tyrion. That's also a pretty good opportunity. Tyrion is a great duelist, but he's very bad against monstrous cavalry. They rip him to pieces. And the Royal Altar of Griffites have big bonus versus large values. They are fighting in the forest, and Tyrion does have all of the melee defense in the world right now, so I would like to see Karl Franz land here and provide a little bit of extra damage. Does have Gal Maraz popped. Is actually going to go after the mage, and the mage is a little late on the micro from the mage. Does get terrified, luckily. Hopefully we see a reaction from KOTJ here. A net right now would do a lot of work. It would go a long way to freeing up the Sisters of Avalorn to fire against the Prince and Emperor here. And there we go, another net going down on the Prince and Emperor. Definitely going to get some good shots with the Sisters of Avalorn here. But the mage is a little too close for comfort and is actually getting just beaten to pieces right now. Very unfortunate damage to be taking on the mage right now. Losing the magic here against the Empire. Not great. But Karl Franz does get hit by Tyrion. Tyrion's able to escape from the Royal Altar of Griffites and actually just takes down Karl Franz, but gets terrified in response. This is absolute madness. I have no idea what's going to happen here. I think that the High Elves are... the High Elves going to be able to win this? I don't actually know. They do have a Lord, and the Empire does not. So the State Troopers are going to have some serious leadership problems now. KOTJ needs Rangers or some kind of anti-infantry on the field. You've got Dragon Princes. They are going to chase off the Empire Knights and the Royal Altar of Griffites here. Tyrion's going to be very healthy. He's going to probably get the other Heart of Avalorn and get the healing there, which is going to come in huge in the late game. Having your Lord and your Lord be very healthy, able to maneuver around and just provide assistance wherever and whenever needed. It's going to be pretty awesome for the Elves. We do have a Jade Wizard. We have seen some regrowths. Pretty cost-effective ones at that. But no saving Karl Franz there at the end was definitely a big mistake. Definitely needed a regrowth. I know I might have been on cooldown, considering the healing on the Royal Altar of Griffites not that long before it. I would just, you know, I would hesitate to engage Karl Franz in that fight unless I have regrowth to pop. That way, if he does get netted like he ended up having done to him, he can at least get a heal in the middle of taking the damage. And it's not going to be great, but it's better than him just getting shot to death. It was really bad for the positioning of the Empire here. You can see they're losing a little momentum. There are 2 Dragon Princes out on the field. These are very cost-effective shot cav. They are going to beat Empire Knights all day, every day, and they're going to wreck Swordsman 2 on the charge. Doing some big damage there. Tyrion rolling in a pack with them also. It looks like we're going to be going out here to try and save the number 1. Should be easy enough. Definitely got the mobility to do that. Infantry, come on, man. You got to just throw some infantry up to counter these Empire State Trooper swarms. Good rear charge here on the Swordsman. I don't know how long the Swordsmen are going to be able to hang in here. Not long, it looks like. You see how quickly the leadership tanks. Immediate break on those guys. Sisters of Avalorn still firing in here. 2,100 value on this guy. 1,300 on the other. Really effective Sisters of Avalorn play. And the banishments, you know, are just not quite efficient enough. Its vortex just moves a little too quickly, and it's a little bit too random. So gets a little bit of good damage here in the early going, but very quickly rotates out of position and does not get any additional work done against the other spearmen in this blob. Empire just moving out hordes of Empire Knights, but look how fast Empire Knights get flattened by Dragon Princes, dude. Wild. Silver Helms are here also. The Silver Helms are going to be intercepting the Empire Knights over here in the trees, wrecking those guys. Dragon Prince is here, continuing to do their hammer and anvil shenanigans, man. They are getting trapped up on some spears here, not so great for them. Taking a little bit of poke at the end here. Just need to get them free, let the Lothern Seaguard take the worst of it. Then you can just, like, cycle charge in here and hammer all these units down. This is triple cap territory, folks. We'll be seeing if the Elves are going to be able to get it done today. It's a very close game. Lots of good mobility for the Elves on the field. Couple of infantry units, not much to speak of, though. Now that I say that, we're finally seeing some answers from KOTJ in that regard. Lothern's moving up here. White Lions of Trace moving up to the middle. This game is going to be razor close, guys. Elves need to flip the objectives right now if they're going to take the game. They're just not quite able to make it happen right now. Dragon Prince is bouncing all over the place, just flattening State Trooper after State Trooper. But not able to clear them quickly enough, and the Empire's just slowly blocking stuff off of the points. Like, Tyrion and these White Lions are doing pretty well here, and this is where Sunfang would come in clutch. I'm telling you, man. Like, a Sunfang right here, look how many bunched up spearmen there are. Sunfang would just destroy the HP on these guys. I think it would actually kill, like, 50 or 60 models on some of these units, too. Because this spearman, very low HP, and decently high number of models left, considering how low their HP is. Same deal here. At a little bit less than half HP, and they've got more than half their models left. These are the kind of opportunities to use Sunfangs. Perfect chance. Would help clear the cap weight, and this is going to go to the Empire. They cap the number 1 as well. And the High Elves just do not have the goods, man. Very unfortunate. The Dragon Princes are doing work out here, and they just can't clear all of the State Troopers. Really well done by Melkor. Very patient game from the Empire. And a very cagey one, man. You lose your Lord like that, and you think it might be over, but tenacity and willpower will take you a long way in domination mode. Really nice win there. And I'm not sure what you do differently as the High Elves. I think not using the banishments. Maybe bringing a Flock of Doom caster or a Melkoth's caster would be the most meta thing you could do. But if you bring the Mage of Light, don't use banishment. Just use, what's it called? Let me jump out here. I mean, Net of Amontok, obviously, but there's another spell I'm thinking of. Barona's Time Warp. Mage of Light. I mean, 11 winds of magic for 50-second duration, 200-meter range, 35-meter effect area. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Great spell. Definitely would have helped out in that battle, too, I think. Would have been really nice to have that procced on Dragon Princes. That way, when the initial shock damage of the charge wears off, they just absolutely mulch the State Troopers. And they do it really quick. They've got 50 seconds left on the duration, and the extra speed gets them to another fight really quickly. I think that would synergize a little bit better with that shock cavalry build, because those were countering the Empire Knights really effectively. So, definitely think that High Elf build has some teeth. Just maybe a little bit better focus on what spells you're using. Like, just Net and Baronas. That's all you need. It's going to do you so much good. Shem's Burning Gaze is a intriguing option, I think, against factions that aren't Empire. Like, I think Greenskins this would be really good against. I mean, it's basically Gaze and a Gash. Doesn't get double the number of projectiles, but it does get double the damage instead. For a lot cheaper, man. Wow. 9 winds of magic. Upgraded Gaze and a Gash is 15 winds of magic, y'all. So maybe something to look at there. All right, I'm gonna check bracket. I've been just going through replays. We've had some really great games so far. Some of them have looked a little lopsided on tickets, but with just a few things swinging in another player's direction over the course of the battle, we could be looking at several different outcomes just with what we've seen so far. Let's see who is up here. We've got Captain Pinchy, Melkor, and Tingus, who are undefeated. Has Nina, Toadkiller Dog, and Crave, all with 2 wins right now. Pretty awesome, honestly. Love to see it, man. It's going to be very competitive for top 4, guys. We're going to download some more matches here. Grand Cook Day. We're going to get Slanesh and Korn. Kislev Chaos Dowie. I'm going to need to rename this Replay. It helps if y'all just name them literally anything. Otherwise, every time I get, an autosave, I gotta go in here and I gotta find it and then I gotta rename it, or it, they just keep saving over each other. But I understand if you don't really save all your replays. I just try to, I personally try to save as many as possible of the games I play so that I can go back. Even in games where you win, you can see where you need more optimized play. And then where you lose, obviously, you need to see the macro mistakes of how you got there. That's what helped me improve the most, was actually watching replays where I got my ass kicked. Like, you don't like watching it over. It's a bruise to the ego, but having as little ego as possible in this game helps out tremendously, because you experiment more with units, you find out some niche tricks that other people might not be, like, aware of, and you can really, really unlock another level if you just go in, stay humble, try shit out, and aren't afraid of staring your mistakes in your face. Like, getting up there and just, like, really examining it. Ah, the Demi-RR got stuck on melee units. Yeah, that's really painful. They're awesome, but not very good against infantry. And I don't know how they are going to be against Silverhelms. Silverhelms have good enough charge bonus. I actually feel like they do pretty good damage to the Demis. Sisters are very good melee combatants. They're very weak to magic and missiles, because they've got god-awful armor. They've got 40 armor, but really high melee defense, which is why they were so tanky, because you were charging them with knights and stuff like that who don't have very good melee attack outside of the charge bonus. And you were getting locked down with the Empire Knights, so they weren't really able to do what they're supposed to against those sisters. Honestly, the best answer against the sisters would have been the Huntsman, Melkor. But you won the game, and you did a great job of grinding that match out. I think that those are the only 2 things that I could recommend to you to change. ROR sisters are nice, but the issue with them is they're just, like, more expensive, and they don't get that much better. They've got a cool little banner, but in terms of, like, it being super impactful, I've never really seen it make a difference. Because it's, what, 15? Oh, it's recharge rate. It's not even a... I thought this was a ward save banner for some reason. Why did I think that? Do the High Elves have a missile unit with a ward save banner? I guess not. Well, I'm out here schizo posting, guys. Don't even worry about it. I'm just making units up as I go along in my head. well, disregard that. The ROR sisters get the lowered fire rate. They're only 200 gold more, which I guess is nice. It's just, I don't know, it's not appealing enough to me. Like, they've already got martial prowess. They've got 50 melee defense on just a regular old Sister of Avalorn. That is so good. Like, spending the extra gold I don't think is worth it. Even though they are just that little bit better and they're not breaking the bank. You know, that's 200 gold that's taken away from getting, like, a Dragon Prince or a Silver Helm into your army. Oh, just completely blanking on what I'm up to, man. I swear. I gotta move my downloads over. I thought I did. Where the hell are all the replays? Hello? Don't do this to me, game. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes, please. Alright, we've got Crave going up against Captain Pinchy here. We've got Scarbrand the Exiled, Bloodbrute Behemoth, Hellforged Bellowers, 2 Marauders, 1 Khorngor, and a Halberd. Heavy metal to the max from Khorne. Really like it, honestly. And the Skull Cannon with good enough micro is going to be a menace for the Slaaneshi forces. Really decent against the Skirmish Cav. Amazing against Exalted Demonettes. Exalted Demonettes, they don't get one-shot by the Hellforged Bellower, but damn near a 2-shot. We'll see if it comes into play here. Crave is definitely going to need to get some Fleshhounds out, like, immediately. Because they're going to be very important to try and corral the Fiends. Maybe not Fleshhounds. What do you bring out instead? I'm just a little wary of the Bloodbrute Behemoth in this build. Theoretically very good in this matchup. 70 armor's not great. Pretty low melee defense. You've got to worry about Hellstriders. Fiends hit so freaking hard that surrounding this guy, they'll delete him. Really big stuff like this against Slaanesh is often a trap, so we'll see if Crave's able to make it work. Captain Pinchy is playing very patiently, just taking the 2 objectives, not overextending. Devoted Marauders, very cheeky. Oh yeah, you've been studying film, I see. Just pausing the cap, just making it extra hard for Khorne, and hanging on to that double without your opponent getting any extra points for a single tick can make all the difference. It's a game of inches, folks. Take it seriously every single time. You gotta love the Khorngor's melee attack with all of the Primal Fury and the Frenzy up and active right now. Little inefficient engaging the Marauders the way they are. They're just kind of... When you've got units stacked on top of one another like this, especially infantry, it's really bad for infantry, a little less terrible for some of the other stuff. If you've got like 2 monstrous infantry units stacked on top of one another, whatever, it doesn't matter. They're all going to be on top of the enemy unit, but infantry, you can see like half of this unit is just like all the way back here. Like they're way off of the fight, not doing anything, and they're actually engaged on one side of the formation, and they're going to tire themselves out this way. Like, all of the unit is getting tired as a result. So you just keep them back, and then you engage a much cleaner fight, and that's really important when you've got a very tiny number of units on the field. Like, these Marauders, honestly, don't really even want to engage in melee much. What you want to do with your infantry is keep them in positions where they're boxing out either enemy mobility or keeping enemy infantry from engaging your blob fights. That's the best thing you can do right now with those things. Bringers of Beguilement hiding out in the woods here. Very sneaky, very good idea. Exalted Demonettes moving out and up. Come on, Hellforged Bellowers. You gotta shoot the Demonettes. Demonettes are the key kill here. If you kill these things, then you've basically won the game. You do not need to shoot Hellscourge Marauders. I don't mind using one shot on them, but I really think that focusing down the elite infantry is more important. You don't have any answers to the Demonettes on the field, except for the Bellower. Corngors get wrecked by them. Marauders get mega wrecked by Demonettes. It's really sad. Scarbrand and the Bloodbrute Behemoth doing nicely in here. Khorne taking a little bit of a value lead. How long is that going to hold up, though, once the Exalted Demonettes engage? Really good micro from Pinchy. Almost collapsing into kind of a messy situation. And not overlapping the infantry lines. Come on, pull the trigger and get in there, man. Fiends crumble out, but a really good Pavane. Just obliterating Scarbrand right now. Big duration on that too. Overcasted. How much is that exactly again? 22 Winds of Magic, I think? It's something absurd like that. Finally, Hellforge Bellower shooting the Exalted Demonettes, and look at the damage. 25% of the HP off of both of those Demonettes already. Scarbrand has got to get out of here. Really good job of rampaging him with the Pavane. Now that he's off of that, he needs to get away from the Javelins, who are just doing disgusting damage to him. Acquiescence is popped on him. Oh, and he's going to crumble out here. Very nicely done by Pinchy. And right as the Hounds and the Furies descend upon the Horsemen, that's so unlucky. Scarbrand might as well stay. He only got 300 value. Oh. Oh, that's sad. And Seekers get on the Hellforge Bellowers. Infantry over here getting wrecked by the Seekers. Marauders moving over. GG. That's going to be it for Khorne, man. I'm going to fast forward through the rest of this. Slash is just... Pinchy is just going to keep the Lord away from the Bloodbrute Behemoth and surround it with Demonettes and Fiends and kill it. You can see the Bringers of Beguilement. Pretty tattered, and look at the damage that they're doing to it, man. It's the power of these guys. This is one of the best units in the game. These guys are so disgusting. God, Elite Slaanesh is hard to deal with, man. Really nice side charges. Seekers just pouring in. That was a good narcissism to lock those Flesh Hounds down. Stopped their attack. You got Marauders completely tabling Khorne. Ouch. I would just not bring... Scarbrand is just not good in this matchup. Much better Lord option would probably... What would be the best Lord option here? Honestly, the Blood Speaker on the Shrine, I think, is pretty top tier here. Because you can make a Shrine Blob with the Hellforge Bellowers and Marauders. I really like the Slaughter Guard in this matchup, actually. You stack the Slaughter Guard on top of the Hellforge Bellower, and there is nothing that's going to touch that. And you can put the Blood Speaker in that blob too, and just absolutely own an objective. Like, what is Slaanesh going to do about it? Like, that's enough cap weight to hang on to any objective with some mobility support. And then you play with the rest of your army being like probably mostly Corngors and Marauders elsewhere on the field, and don't bother with Minotaurs in this matchup because they are pretty bad. They lose to Hellstriders, they lose to Fiends. Well, they don't lose to Fiends, they trade evenly with Fiends, which is kind of a waste of your time. They lose to Seekers really badly, and they lose to Heartseekers even worse. Do not ask me what happens if a Heartseeker rear charges a Minotaur. You don't want to see it. It's really disgusting, folks. Like the Eternal Entourage in here. Just bring Spawn, Chaos Spawn instead. Chaos Spawn are unbreakable. They're a lot harder for Slaanesh to deal with. And leave the Bloodbrute Behemoth at home. Really don't need this guy. I would bring Karanak instead. Karanak is awesome, and Karanak can get heals from the Blood Speaker, which would be pretty good. Karanak shuts down all of the abilities and spells on the Exalted Keeper, and does really disgusting damage to everything on the Slaanesh roster. You just can't let him get rampaged into a blob. So, the best thing to do with Karanak, if you're going with a Shrine build against Slaanesh, is to bring Karanak out in the mid-game after Pavane's and Acquiescence and Lash and some of the other spellcasting is off the table. And then you can bring him in. He'll be a little bit safer and be able to make Slaanesh's life a living hell, honestly. It's going to be very hard for Exalted Keeper to perform with Karanak hounding him. No pun intended there. War Criminal and Clone, man. Let's see it. We've got another Arbol sighting. No Eye of Corn. No Execute ability with the Spawn Summon, which is kind of odd because it'd be really good against Cathay. Like, that would be really sick. That'd be a fun little thing to do, because one of the things that's hard to deal with from Cathay if you're playing as Corn is these Zhangu War Drum boxes, because they can be obnoxiously difficult to grind through, and they get so much harmony around this thing that you really don't want to engage against it. And look at all the buffs from the Celestial General and the Astromancer. Oh, this is so sick. Love Cathay builds like this. Gonna be very effective here. But anyways, Arbol with the Eye of Corn. If you get the Zhangu War Drum down to 20% HP, he can kill it with the summon ability. And, you know, these things are unbreakable. So it can be really frustrating. You, like, get it down to, like, 100 HP. And then it just sits on an objective the rest of the game. And you never get near it again because all the units that you did damage to it in the early game are getting ranged out by crossbows, iron hails. Your Lord is trying to dive it, and he's getting countered by stuff like this, like a Flying Goon Squad. I really like this Cathay build. I think it's going to do pretty well here, actually. Definitely need to babysit these Peasant Spearmen on their way up. They're very squishy. So you don't want your opponent to just like run back here with throwing axes and just hit them with a couple of throwing axe volleys, side charge them, pull out, side charge them again, and route them. That'd be pretty bad. Furies would also just demolish these guys. War Criminal getting a little value. Nothing crazy out of the Marauders yet. Slowly grinding against Jade Warriors. They're not going to do great against Jade Warriors. I would hold on to the Fury of the Blood God here. Wait for the Dune Dragons to potentially engage, and then pop that. Well, it doesn't look like that's going to happen here. Probably just want to get out. Oh, no. Curse of the Midnight Wind going down. The Celestial General is going to be beating up on Arbol a little bit here. Halberd's moving up. Celestial Dragon Guard, the Dune Dragons, bro. Look at this. What the hell? With 40 from Lord of Grand Cathay. Look at the stats on the Jade Warriors right now. 44, 45. Pimped out, dude. And they beat the Marauders. Not amazingly, not like super handily, but getting that terror route and being able to chase these guys down is going to help tremendously at clearing out Corn here. War Criminal, finding out that Arbol might not be the best option against Cathay. He's great. Don't get me wrong. I honestly really love Skull Taker in this matchup. Skull Taker's very hard for dragon characters to lock down. Skull Taker is very good at running over any infantry. Very good against Jade Warriors. Buffs up all of your infantry, too, that are in fights against Jade Warriors. Like, the lowliest of possible units. The lowly Marauder can suddenly beat a Jade Warrior with the Skull Taker support. He's got a armor debuffing and melee defense debuffing ability as well. that can also do some good damage, or not damage, but like good debuffing that allows your other units to do damage. I think that would be really helpful here also. Minotaur is getting pretty good value, trying to kill the Celestial General, get a nice swipe on him. Another Curse of the Midnight Wind coming down. The Astromancer is doing some pretty good work here, but Minotaur is boxing out the Great Moonbird here and getting some serious damage done there. Chaos Warriors win their engagement on the side objective. Very nice for Khorne, very even game. Losing this mobility hurts, losing a lot of Marauders in the middle. Halberd's trading a little too evenly against the Jade Warriors for my liking. Probably due to the crossbow fire. It does look like one of these guys has fired a decent number of shots. 351 value is pretty nice. Love to see it. You want to send the Warriors to box those guys. Warriors with the shields, I mean, you can just press those guys right now. You don't want to use Marauders to do it because they only have bronze shields. Silver shields are much better at soaking up missile fire. It's a big difference. And the superior armor of Chaos Warriors, pretty wild. Just slow pushing from Khorne, moving up to the number 1 to try and keep that secure. Still has the number 3. Cathay is starting to have some problems anchoring the middle point here. Like, Khorne is just bringing out good numbers. He's probably going to be able to overwhelm the Cathay army here shortly. Marauders getting shot down. But the Jade Warriors do get hit by the Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are very good against even these decently armored crossbows. They can do some pretty solid damage. Not going to do anything as long as Lord of Grand Cathay is down, though. Fleshhounds in this pit fight suffering really horribly. Celestial General needs to get the hell out of here. Does not want to lose this Lord. Be pretty devastating. You can just fly above and pop Blood Roar. Does not have blood. Oh, Fearsome Roar. That's what it's called. What is Blood? Oh, Blood Roar is the Hippogriffs for the Empire. But, you know, whatever. Fearsome Roar is a pretty similar ability, but it also removes ITP, which is really nice against Khorne. You know, Minotaurs are very reliant on that to, like, hang in and do really good damage. Especially against terror-causing stuff, which is exactly what the Celestial General does. I cannot recommend enough popping this as often as possible. You don't have to be in combat on the ground to do it either. All you have to do is just be by the combat. It's got an effect radius of 35 meters. Lasts 25 seconds, which is a long time. Does a lot of work. Very strong. Fleshhounds fighting Jade Lancers and Peasant Spears. Although mostly engaged with the Jade Lancers here. Not as bad as I thought it was. Celestial General needs to be real careful right now. Empress Croman doing some pretty good work. Definitely need to get over and help deal with these Fleshhounds out here. Croman are perfect for killing those guys. Down goes Arbol, man, and we've got the Astromancer putting in some serious work against the Minos here. Crumbling Fleshhounds. Jet Lion doing nicely, and here's the Zhangu War Drum. This is exactly what I was talking about, bro. You've got this Zhangu War Drum. It was probably at less than 20% HP a long time ago. You could have popped the Khorne Spawn summon and just ground down the rest of the stuff without sacrificing your Minos here. Would have saved you a big headache. Arbol would probably be alive too. Definitely think that ability is a must include if you're going to bring him. I really don't care for his other items. Like, Destroyer is kind of bad. It takes so long to charge up. It does give good melee attack and weapon strength, but Arbol is more of a character that you bring in the early game to try and win in the early game than he is a lord that you want to get all of his items and abilities charged up and then find a way to get out there and like do major damage with him. That's just not how he functions. He's good at dueling in the early game. Pretty tanky. He's got the Eye of Corn, which gives the summon and the execute. And then his Fury of the Blood God, which has the AoE explosion, is also really nice. Very good against infantry. Corn is on the back foot here. I don't see Cathay losing this unless they just completely blunder getting the triple cap here. Diving onto the Zongu War Drum, and this War Drum hanging in here finally goes down, but the Fleshhounds do die in the process. Cathay is swarming the field pretty nicely. Fleshhounds can't do this, man. This is painful to watch. You cannot throw Fleshhounds into Peasant Long Spears like this. They're braced. They've got Charge Reflection. These Peasant Long Spears are stupid low on HP, and they still took 25% of the health off of that Fleshhound. And there you go. And you know, you get a Halberd up here. Did cap the are capping the objective away for a little bit there, but now it's flipping back. Cannon, not a good call-in. Fleshhound, really nice micro there from War Criminal, shutting that cannon down. Ooh, no, the Minos diverted away from the Celestial General just long enough for him to get away. Chaos Warriors take a nasty Uranans. Can't beat the Peasant Spears here. Onyx Crowman getting on top of the Fleshhounds here, doing nice work. Landing back here with the Astromancer and beating up on these Routing Chaos Warriors isn't a bad idea. The Celestial General is 0. He had 0 leadership for a second there. That's wild, dude. Still cleaning up Fleshhounds. When you're just summoning in Fleshhounds, you're in desperation mode. Lots of Demonic Crumblings probably making up the majority of the difference in the value gap here. Some Jade Halberds running around to the back line. It also helps that I bet you... Man, how much do these guys cost? Celestial General costs 1,800 with this kit, I think. And Astromancer probably costs about another 2k. And both of these guys are on their last legs in terms of health. But they're still out on the field, and having the extra leadership from your Lord not being dead, coming in pretty clutch. In addition to that, you know, it's just like a testament to how much your opponent had to, like, work to try and kill these characters. That gave the rest of your army time to do really well. And that's what's been performing best for Cathay. I mean, the Astromancer has been putting in a lot of work, but the Celestial General is barely paying for himself here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Has been doing some pretty good debuffing, and Lord of Grand Cathay has been coming in clutch in a couple of fights, but honestly not the best performance I've seen from this guy. Celestial Sweep, I think, is probably a... Oh wait, he does have Celestial Sweep. I don't know why I thought he didn't have it. But yeah, if he's been getting good use out of that, that's a great item. Just for the memes. You're winning. I would just throw this guy into melee combat and use Celestial Sweep one last time. Just as a little icing on the cake. Just for me personally. I didn't see it on your R-Ball. You didn't have it. You had Destroyer and, what's it called? Like, I know I'm not wrong about this. You've just got Fury of the Blood God and Destroyer there. You've got the Intensity item and the AoE Explosion. Eye of Corn is the Spawn Summon item. And that's targetable. It's really good because it's targetable. If it were like Morgur's summon, it would be pretty bad. But it's not. So it's S tier in terms of what it does. That would be why it wasn't proccing at all. Any messages? AP Conquest Tournament going along quick. Let's see. I'm going to check bracket. We should be at the end of round 4, and then we're going to get the top 4 going. I'll do those live. Yeah, we got one more game. We're right on time, guys. Going really nice so far. After semis and grands, I'll go through, and until 4 o'clock my time here, I'll be rolling some replays. We'll just go through as many as possible. And whatever I don't get to today, I'll do another stream for tomorrow, most likely. I'm gonna be leaving for the holidays for like 10 days, so I'm just not gonna be doing anything in that time. I'm taking a nice little break. I've got a couple of video ideas that I'm gonna be putting up over the course of that, but from the 18th to the 28th, you're not gonna be hearing anything from me, pretty much. So, I'll try and leave y'all with a little bit of something before I head out the door, though. Korn versus Chaos Dowie. That's going to be a good matchup to, this is different from the one we already watched, right? No, this is not. We literally watched this one. I was about to say, multiple, Korn versus Dowie. Oh, these are my games. It's like, what the hell is this? Dude, I've had some really close matches with, this one was crazy. Skulltaker, like, got focused by the Angels of Decay the whole game. Never died. Ridiculously strong on the Shrine. And then he came in and he bodied these Chosen of Nurgle with a half-health Korn Gore. Just giving the buffs and just running stuff over. It's wild how good he is. Especially against those factions that are usually pretty good at, like, gunning down Korn Lords. Not quite able to make it happen when Skulltaker is just, like, running over your entire front line. Alright, I don't know why these saved outside of the replay folder, but we'll fix that real quick. Got one more. Norska versus Korn was very unfavorable for Korn for a while now. It wasn't impossible, but it was kind of difficult. Like, your fire damage was really nice, but it was kind of a situation where Norska just brought threat overload and would just drag down all of those very expensive fire damage units over time. Mammoths were also kind of hard to deal with, but Korn Gores now really flipped that matchup on its head, dude. It is very Korn favored now. We'll check here. Yeah, 1-3 against Korn. And Korn is settling into a really nice win rate. 56% is very, very respectable. Korn's been hovering at like 50% or lower for a long time now. They have been so brutally honest up to this point, you can see here. Just like constantly in the middle of the pack down here. Even lower there. It's the highest win rate Korn's had. Wow. 33%, dude. It's gross. Had a really short season here, and Korn had an even worse win rate. Oh, this is a... No, it's not a launch tournament, because there's Beastmen being played. Someone must have misreported something. This looks like the, this looks like launch. Yeah, baby. Yeah, seeing Korn up over 50% win rate right now is just nice to see. They've needed it. All of the DLC units have really made Korn a very respectable faction now. Not OP, but not slouches at all. Ooh. We got a mirror. We got a Grand Cathay mirror here. I'm gonna save that for after semis and grands for sure. You know, in Warhammer 2, I hate watching mirror matches, but I honestly like watching mirrors in Dom. Yeah, it's kind of awkward watching Pinchy go to Grands, but you know that's kind of how the tournament works. Sometimes you just have a run, dude, and Pinchy is a really good player. Probably gonna win the new player tournament, but maybe someone upsets. You never know. I'd love to see it. I don't know, Minty. Just one of those situations. Very, very unlucky. Always double check what items you've got. Okay, no worry, Toad Killer. I'm not adminning though. I would let Dustman know. Wow, okay. So we're gonna get Hasnina in here. Instead of having Toad Killer Dog. In the top 4, they've got a drop. We'll have the next up, which is Hasnina. Which is gonna be pretty interesting because I think they're playing Empire. Do not bump me up, smile. Nah. Alright guys, they're sorting out top 4 right now. It'll just take them a minute. Just because, you know, one of them had to drop. We're trying to figure out who's going to get bumped up. Who even wants to, you know. Sometimes people get the top 4 jitters. Oh, man. What else do we have going on here? Yeah, I've played around with some of the heroes. I'm definitely going to be doing a DLC Khorne tier list of some kind. So I've got a lot of thoughts. I really like a lot of the units. I don't think anything is just universally terrible. Like, maybe... Like, not even the Slaughter Guard, though, really. They're very niche, but they're not a bad unit at all. Like, Blood Beasts with the splash attack fix actually seem to be pretty good. Very high DPS unit. They're kind of expensive, but the extra speed on these guys, they've got decent leadership. They're very good running with Skull Taker, because they've basically got equivalent speed to the Shrine. And they can keep up with them, and it gives them tons of buffs. You get the 16 melee attack from Totem and Revel. You get 12 extra leadership. So they go up to 87 leadership, plus the Encourage, which I think gets them up to 91. And then you add on the 18 melee attack, which is getting them up to 56. Or no, I'm a fool. 54. Anything else he does? Bloody Onslaught debuffs armor, so they hit even harder. I actually think there's some synergy with Skull Taker and the Blood Beasts. Just cool stuff to, like, mess around with, but they're probably the weakest unit. Scylla is actually terrible on the Khorne roster. Just, I don't know. Like, the Prehensile, or the Serpentine Tail is cool. Having a AoE, like, passive damage deal is nice. Kill for Corn does good damage. Brass Collars, fine. Just kind of expensive. And I feel like if you're trying to take something along the lines of Scylla, to do a lot of the Mortis Engine type effects, really need to heal with this guy. Just because very squishy, like low melee defense, low armor, decent amount of health for an unbreakable unit, which is really nice, but the armor and the HP are a little bit of a letdown. I think Scylla's going to be better on the Warriors of Chaos roster, honestly. You can bring Scylla and Festus together. And, you know, Scylla is Mortis engineering everything around them. You've got the Kill for Corn to, like, keep stuff rampaged into the Festus blob. And then you just have healing elixirs on, and you're healing Scylla the whole time. You're popping Stream and Miasma for Children of Nurgle. Pestilent Potions is nice, and that's really all you have to do. I think this is going to be a very strong build, actually. Just the two of these guys together, going to be very annoying to handle. Because you can go double Mortis to just suck the life out of everything around them in, like, no time flat. I mean, that's a lot of stacking Mortis Engine damage. Be pretty disgusting. And then you can always pop heals, and both of them are just passively healing the whole time. Cackling and shoving your face in the dirt, basically. We've got people with extra points, too, which certainly complicates matters. Ooh. Does that mean Hasnina's not going to get in? Hasnina actually only won one game, but has 2 points. So they're not going to get in. Who is going to be in the top 4 here? What the hell? Sorry for the delay, guys. We're still figuring out top 4. We'll get to the semis and finals eventually. A universal tier list? No fucking way. There's too many units. I'll do a universal Corn roster tier list at some point, but I'm going to do the DLC first, and then I'll talk about the rest of the roster. But just doing a universal tier list of all of the... Oh, you mean like universal tier list of the factions? That I've done before, but I'll update it for the new update, because things are changing a lot. But I don't have like a solid enough grasp to feel confident making that yet, which is why I'm just going to talk about the units. Probably talk about Corn as a roster overall now, with all of the DLC stuff. And then, when I get back from, you know, seeing family for the holidays, that's when I'll do my, like, overall factions, tier list. And I'll let y'all peep that. Because then I'll have more data. I'll still be, like, keeping track of what people have been up to. Oh, you meant for Corn? I'll do it at some point, for sure. The DLC stuff is just going to be easier for me. And then after that, I can just focus in and talk about the roster as an overall, like, piece afterwards. Because in the DLC tier list video, the idea of what I want to do is I just want to, like, talk about all the applications of these units that I found. And then... Once you've got all that context, then when I do the, like, overall roster and slot all the units in, it's going to look a little bit different. Because for the DLC, I am going to put, whatchamacallit. So I'm going to put Corngors in S tier for, like, the DLC units in terms of what they do. But they're probably only going to be in, like, the A tier for the overall, like, rankings of the units. Because they're great, don't get me wrong, but they're pretty vulnerable to missiles and Kite. They can definitely suffer a pretty ill fate with proper focus. Oh, sweet. Okay, here we go. Finally getting into the semis here. We've got codes. Incompatible version. So weird is there's no way that the load order matters, right? Hold on, I'm gonna restart my game, guys. I'm talking with these guys. We're having some problems with incompatible versions. I really hope CA just slaps this damn mod in that people have already come up with to fix whatever they broke with Monstrous Infantry. Like, just pay the person who freaking fixed it, please. I'm begging you. Like, if I was a game dev and somebody fixed a critical issue with my game, they did it just out of pure love for it, I would pay them a commission for their work. Like, seriously, I think CA could take a note and do that for a couple of the things that they've definitely not done a very good job of working on. Wow, load order for mods does matter, apparently. That's kind of wild. I had no idea. Alright, let's get away from the builds, and we're going to be watching Tingus and Melkor here. Chaos Dowie versus Empire. Very fun showdown. Pretty even matchup, too. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, it's just like the first time I've ever... I don't really play with mods much. Certainly not in this, so I didn't really think it was going to be as important as it's turning out to be. But all the other games I play, especially for fucking Mountain Blade Bannerlord, if you mess up your load order in that, you're going to have to reinstall the whole game, basically. I swear to God, it's one of the most unstable modded games I've ever played in my life. But anyways, here we are in Crystal Lake, Empire, Chaos Dowie, Astrogoth, and the legions of the Dowie Tsar gonna be rocking up and taking battle to Marcus Wolfheart. This is a Heavens Caster, I think. What the hell is a Heavens Caster? Oh, Uranus Thunderbolt for killing the Death Shrieks. Really nice choice. Man, oh man. Tournament today has been so on point. I'm really excited to show off one of these replays that someone sent. They were hyping it up a lot. Few Huntsmen, a few Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, tons of Armored Infantry for the Dowie Tsar, Death Shriek Rocket, Astrogoth. We've got great swords on the other side here. Two of them with Hawkland Long Rifles. Like I said, there's two Huntsmen. Oh, two Hawkland Long Rifles. Or are there three? No, just two. We've got these guys here in the Hergig Jaeger Corps in the trees. They do have snipe. I completely forgot about that little ability. Damn, they can hide in the trees here, and you can actually, like, completely buffer your opponent out on this side with state troops, probably. Just a big wall of them here. You know, a couple to block off the front with, you know, Empire Knights to just hammer into the sides. And you can, they've got good enough range, they can control number 2 and number 1. Easy peasy. Honestly, not a bad idea. And it's going to be really hard to counter shoot them because they have snipes. They're never visible while they're shooting. Provided they're in the trees. I mean, if they're not, then they are visible. It's kind of interesting that CA is giving units like this snipe, but not innately giving them stalk. I kind of like it. It adds some real variety, in my opinion, to like what factions can pull off. Because then it comes down to map knowledge and knowing, like, oh, this is a great map to stick my Hochland long rifles in the trees, and my opponent is never going to notice them shooting all this stuff. Wolf Raiders moving up through the forest, scouting a little bit. Love the armor on these guys. They've got the earrings. And, you know, just a bunch of badasses. Looking to scrap and get into some mischief. Rocking up to the greatswords here. And spearmen. Can they find a way onto the Hergig Jaeger Corps? Or the Huntsman, or the other Hochland long rifle? Any of these missile units getting jumped on, they're just going to die, like, immediately. They're so fragile. Gotta be really careful with the Hochland long rifles here. Moving up across the field, though, starting to get some positions. About to open up with the fire. Getting a little damage on those hobgoblins as they run. Wow, Black Powder Discipline actually gives them extra range and... What is this, reload skill? It's pretty nice, honestly. Hergig Jaeger Corps, very cool. Just a great ROR. A little bit of damage on the spearmen. Not 100% sure what hit them, but I would guess that, what is this? Astrogoth has no spells. What? Tangus just forgot to bring spells on Astrogoth here. This is very unfortunate. He's going to be a really good combat character. It's just not having any magic is certainly a choice. Deathstreak Rocket did get hit by the Uranus Thunderbolt. Didn't take a terrible amount of damage. Has hit the Celestial Wizard once. Celestial Wizard's probably not going to get hit again. Definitely not going to be foolish enough to let it happen, more than likely. We've got a little bit of Hergig Jaeger Corps action trying to go on. Oh, the Wolf Raiders are slipping around the flank here. They're going to kill the Hergig Jaeger Corps here, I think, in no time flat. That's going to be very sad. Ooh, good catch on Astrogoth. Hunter Snare coming out. Love to see Marcus Wolfhart. Get that off. Wolf Raiders getting on top of the Hawk and Long Rifles and collapsing in on these Huntsmen. There's a very close Empire Knight here. Nice dodge with the Death Shriek somehow, just barely avoiding the Uranans. Nailing the Celestial Wizard yet again. Good overlapping fire from the Wolf Raiders. Here comes Astrogoth, dude. No spells, but just happy to bonk stuff on the head. On top of the Huntsman here. Hawk and Long Rifles took a little damage, but the Wolf Raiders just got mega punished, dude. Nice Comet comes down. Half HP off the Warriors. Ruins the rest of those Goblin Labor units. Definitely not going to stick around much longer. I think these Laborers and the Warriors need to push up a little bit. You can't let the Empire just pile in here and just have the numbers advantage in, you know, the area that you're trying to, like, lock down. Now, the Dowie Tsar do have the #1 objective for now. It is flipping thanks to these Spearmen and Greatswords here. Not a lot of answer to Greatswords. It's way too many infantry bunched up on one another. And more coming into the fold. If, honestly, I would just forget about the Uranus Thunderbolts over there right now. I mean, Deathstreak has really not done a lot. I would just drop a Comet on top of all this stuff. Like, I know you're going to grind through it eventually, but there's a lot of Chaos Dwarf Warriors here, and they have no spell resist. Comet will nuke this whole position. It would be so funny to watch it happen. Yeah, Tingus missed the opportunity to get on the Hergig Jaeger core. Bull Centaur Renders are getting absolutely decimated by the focus fire here from the Hochland Long Rifles and the Huntsman. Doing a very good job of layering up the Huntsman fire. Where are these guys shooting? They're being weird. They're like facing the wrong direction. They got shoot orders. Just not responding. Nice kill on the Wizard here. And the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider core is pretty healthy. I just think that, unless this Iron Demon really starts to chew through all of this infantry, it's going to be pretty tough for the Chaos Dowie. Orc Laborers running. They get shotgunned down by their own unit, which is awesome. Love to see that. They shouldn't have been cowards and run, right? Ooh, what a beautiful, beautiful hit from Deathstreaker. Does kind of KO the Chaos Warriors. What just got netted down? Oh, this whole blob here. I forgot to say AoE snare. Yeah, that's pretty sick, dude. Love Marcus Wolfheart. Firing the Amber Bow there. Getting a little extra damage. Doesn't have the bow item, actually. So just firing his regular old shot off. It just looked extra fancy, I guess. He's styling. You know how he is. Very cool guy. Hochland Long Rifles dying over here. Deathstreaker finally targeting down some of these missiles. That's really what the Deathstreak should have been shooting at the entire time, honestly. Killing these Hochland Long Rifles is really important. Instead of just diving them with Hobgoblins who are just going to lose constantly, the Train and the Deathstreak, I think, would have been the best answer. Really good damage on the infantry over here, though. And the Empire is actually maybe losing all their momentum. They have one objective, finally on the board with some points, but Deathstreak Launcher here is really starting to punish the swordsmen. We've got great swords suffering over here. Oh, double rout. Brutal stuff, dude. Swordsmen getting shot up. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have not gotten a lot of value, but they've helped whittle down a lot of state troopers, which is certainly something. Not going to turn my nose up at that. You know, state troopers are crazy good cap weight. I mean, they just pour out and they just suffocate you eventually. Oh my god, Empire. Come on, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm cheering for the Empire a little bit. They've been struggling this patch pretty bad, and it does not seem like this patch is, or that this game is proving anybody wrong about the Empire. I think they might not be too good right now. It's not like anything changed, really. I'm not 100% sure what it is. Demigryph Knights, struggling a little bit to do damage to the demon, but now they're actually getting some damage. The Bull Centaur Renders are going to intercept and just crush these demis. Come on, demis, run, 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 run. Nice net, dude. Is there any huntsmen? Are there any huntsmen to punish that? Hergig Jaeger Corps. Oh, Dowie Warriors. Dowies are up on the Hergig Jaeger Corps, too. Huntsmen are all dead, except for this one, which is routing. Painful, man. Nothing to follow up on that snare. That's rough. Oh, and the caster? I would have just unsummoned the caster. Caster is going to overcast himself to death here. I'm convinced of it. I'm about to watch it. Live and in color. Nice shooting from the Hochlands. Killing the Iron Demon, getting some good damage. Marcus Wolfheart firing in. I don't know when Marcus focuses. Damn, dude.
There is only defeat.
Poor Empire. What the hell do they even do? They just can't get through anything, it seems. They just are struggling right now. To be fair, yeah, the Hawklands really didn't do much. Huntsmen were doing okay. Still didn't do great. Celestial Wizard is a good choice here. Just really wide. Dowie were a good match for the Empire here. Wow, let's go, man. Hero. Here, Pingus is the hero of the Dowie Czar for sure. Yeah, Hitman Hippo's beginner builds are really awesome. The only reason I don't do beginner builds and stuff like that is I really, honestly, I'll help people with builds if they ask for it, and I'll do it in real time. I just don't want new players to see builds that I'm recommending as beginner builds, and they just play those. I want newer people to experiment with the meta and find what works for them and to figure it out for themselves. Because I think that makes you a better player over time. Just in my personal experience, like watching videos and seeing what other people do and incorporating that into your own pool of knowledge is the best way to learn this game, in my opinion. That's why I don't do the beginner build stuff, but absolutely watch the Hitman Hippo stuff. They are going to give you a very solid idea of what to do in most matchups, and he's done a lot of them. He's done maybe half the factions now. I know he's done Greenskins. He's done Lizardmen twice. He did Lizardmen with Shredder and Lizardmen without Shredder, which is very troll. Hitman definitely knows the truth, which is that Shredder of Lustria, if it weren't a unit that you could interact with, it would 100% be banned because of how insane it is. God, the Shredder's crazy. It is one of the fairer, like, kind of broken units in the game, though. If that makes any sense, like, the Shredder is so strong, it'll 100% carry games for you, but you can kill it. And it is on the ground, so you don't have to deal with the janky air combat. It's a little hard to kill in melee combat. Like, most of the time you're going to kill this with AP missiles. It's just kind of funny, like, seeing that people are fully acknowledging the fact that there are two Lizardmen factions. You know? Shredder and non-Shredder varieties. It just tickles me. It's just so funny. Just congratulating Tingus. I'm letting him know I'm putting out a PSA to just slap Burning Wrath or Flamestorm on Astrogoth, for the love of God. Don't forget a spell for him. Like, Burning Wrath probably not as good. Like, Flamestorm you don't even need to overcast, you just, like, throw it down. It's just one of the craziest vortexes in the game. 27 seconds, 17 damage, and 35% of that AP, and then you've got Kindle Flame that lasts for, you know, a good half of the duration of Flamestorm, dude. It's wild. Astrogoth, definitely one of the best Chaos Dowie Lords. This is my build against Empire, actually. I really like Hellbound on the Iron Demons. I think it's really good, very underrated. You know, I'm sure lots of people would probably disagree with my build in a lot of ways. but I kind of like the static shooting that you can do against the Empire with the Chaos Dowie. Like, maybe the only thing I would change up is bring in a Death Shriek. You don't need Hellbound in the Death Shriek, necessarily. Maybe cut those guys and those guys. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do. I think the Chaos Dowie, especially now that people have had a lot of time to play with them, and they've been in a very, like, solid state in the meta for a while now without being, you know, like, stupendously reliant on cheesy units. I think people are now, like, finding out all the tips and tricks on how to win each individual matchup. And Dowie are pretty good against Empire, so Chaos Dowie being good against them as well, just, you know, kind of makes a lot of sense. They've got really good SEs. They've got the trains. Trains flatten State Trooper front lines in no time flat. It is wild how good they are at running over infantry. As Nina and Pinchy are playing it down to the wire, it seems. We'll get their replay, hopefully, after they're done. And, you know, then we'll... I don't know. We'll go through, we'll get the finals done, and we'll do some more replays for a little while. I'm gonna mute myself for a couple minutes here while I slurp my coffee down so I don't drive everyone insane. I'll BRB. Alright, I'm back. You know what? I actually... Maybe they're... Hopefully not waiting on me. You know what? Let me just go through and check. We're just chilling here in Discord right now, trying to, we're just seeing where we're standing with the top 4. Swap back over. Let's talk about some of the DLC units. I mean, I can tell you straight off the bat for when I do my DLC tier list for all the units and the lords and stuff. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised that the Hellforged Bellowers and the Korngors are going to go in the S tier. I mean, they're the units that absolutely change matchups completely. Like, Korngors make Slaanesh a much better matchup for Khorne. It's no longer just a complete shit show for you. It's actually kind of even. You don't have to get lucky and catch your opponent slipping anymore. What else, man? Hellforged Bellowers, for obvious reasons. This unit is just broken. So stupid. This unit is so wild. Like, here's my biggest issue with it, is it's only 1,300 more, gets this Vortex in melee every 60 seconds, which isn't, like, super often, but is pretty damn good. You know? But it gets better ROR stats than every other ROR in the game. It gets 20 extra melee attack and 14 extra melee defense, and more charge bonus. CA, you're nuts, you're mad, absolutely out of your gourd thinking that this is a balanced unit. I honestly think there's 2 ways to balance this. You either bump it up to 1,800, and then I think it's balanced, or you get rid of the vortex damage on this thing. It does not need vortex damage. It fires a Gaze and a Gash. It's already insane. If you got rid of the vortex damage, it would be much more balanced. Then it would probably be worth 1,400, because the vortex is what's killing infantry so hard. Vortex is a lot less good against cavalry and against the, like, flying SE stuff, which is kind of what I think they're wanting the Hellforged Bellowers to be doing, is answering, like, flying ranged units. And then also shooting at Cav and maybe SEs. I think that's what they want. That's what the old Skull Cannons were. Before these Skull Cannons got the Vortex, they were more single target things. You know? Like, they would just cleave through units. They were honestly kind of good. I know a lot of people were not big fans of the Skull Cannons before the change, but I was. I used Skull Cannons all the time anyways. They were very good at killing models outright. And they were really good in, like, high elf matchup, or any matchup where lots of heavy cav would come out. Because they would kill, like, 8 or 9 models in a cav unit. They don't do that anymore because of the Vortex and the way the missile profile works now. But, anyways, all that to say, I think what they want the Hellforged Bellowers to be is a Skull Cannon that's back to being good against cavalry, instead of just being kind of mid. I don't think they quite hit the mark, though. Just get rid of the Vortex, please. Like, that's the easiest way to balance this thing. If you're not going to do that, 1,800 gold. Boom, easy. Thank you. Goodbye, CA. This is my TED Talk. Corn content is sick. It is so good. Corn is maybe not a top tier faction, but solid top of A. Like, good without being completely busted. That's my verdict on Corn. Which I think is the perfect spot for them to be in. I do think that, I do think people are discounting some of the potential of some of the units in this DLC and not really giving them a fair shake. Get away from this. It's probably not even what Pinchy is going to bring. Pinchy's been bringing a lot of Exalteds, so we're going to see if that's going to be on the table here. Against Chaos Dwarves, I don't think a Exalted Keeper is going to be a good idea, but you never know. Oh yeah, we get Cathay versus Slaanesh. Hell yes. Pretty rough matchup for Cathay, but there's some stuff you can do to combat the demons for sure. Stacking Spell Mastery and just using Dragon's Breath to delete all the low armor stuff is probably the best one. No, don't kick me. What are you doing? Oh, Mao, never mind. That's so funny. I joined the wrong game. I actually thought it was, Wow, so has Grand Cathay actually beat Slaanesh? I don't know what the hell is going on with me. That's crazy. Let's go. Pinchy has fallen. I'm shocked. Lost to Grand Cathay box second time around. That's painful. Box strong. There's nothing quite like a nice box to crush Slaanesh. You know, who would have figured that Slaanesh would not be good going into boxes? Haha. Very ironic. Alright, let me swap away so I don't give up their builds. I'm gonna peek. Because, you know, I have no patience. That's certainly something. It's Cathay. Maybe. Actually, it's pretty good. I like the build. What are the answers going to be? Cathay is definitely one of the factions that can outshoot the Chaos Dwarves. It's not like the easiest thing to do in the world, but you know, they've got really good artillery. Their artillery massively outtrades magma cannons. Just like one grand cannon completely shut down a death streak or magmas. And can do pretty good damage to iron demons and stuff also. So I would never turn down a grand cannon, at least in reserve in this matchup, in my opinion. Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers are pretty good harass. You got Onyx Crowmen. They're going to be pretty good against Centaur Renders and lightly armored infantry. You don't really have tremendous... See, this is the biggest problem that Cathay has. They just don't have, like, any anti-infantry. Like, you've got all these guys that are just basically meant for holding the line. You don't have anything that's like a infantry blender. You basically fully rely on your range to get that done. And I am not so sure what Cathay is going to do if the Chaos Dowie do bring a wall of Chaos Dwarves. You know? It's not something you'll see every time, just because, you know, the Chaos Dowie can do a whole bunch of stuff in this matchup. They don't have to just bring armored infantry. You know, they can rely on Kite against Cathay, actually. Cathay struggles a little bit in mobility game in some matchups, and I think this is one of them, where if you really commit to bringing Wolf Raiders and... well, I mean, just both variants, like the bow variant and the melee variant of the Wolf Raiders with some Bull Centaur renders. And then maybe like SEs, like the Great Taurus and stuff, just to like beat down on positions and tear route stuff. I think that's a really efficient way to play against Cathay, honestly. You don't have to worry about their war drums, but you know, your shooting is pretty decent. It can shoot down the shrines from a distance and give you a nice little opportunity to get in. Oh, let's go over to the stats for a minute. I do believe that the stats from this tournament are applying to the Total Tavern stats board here. Slaanesh up here was 74 1%. This is like basically all Captain Pinchy. Pinchy has been grinding on Slaanesh and doing really well. A couple of really unfortunate losses in... one against Outer Region in Grand Finals of Turin's season opener. And a loss against Grand Cathay in the semis. Which I was definitely not expecting. I mean, Grand Cathay is... Grand Cathay is pretty good against factions like Slaanesh, but if Slaanesh breaks open their formation and is able to start... like separating them and really cleaving them out, Grand Cathay cannot recover. They're so bad at trying to recontest against Slaanesh. They just get bodied if that happens. But has Nina managed to make it a grind from what I was told by Pinchy, which is really impressive. Alright, here we go. We've got a Shugengan Lord with Yen Magic, Blossom Wind, and Ancestral Warrior Summon. Very cool. Honestly, Blossom Wind will be great against the Chorf Warriors. Lots of melee, just to hold. You got the Peasant Long Spears. Peasant Long Spears are so good in this matchup. I mean, they obviously beat Laborers of both variants, if I'm not mistaken. They obviously beat Wolf Raiders as long as they don't get rear charged. And they're really good at poking down Bull Centaur renders. They do not do good against trains, artillery, and the Wolf Raider skirmish. Which we do have a little bit of. We've got Astrogoth here with Flamestorm, which is going to be devastating against Cathay. They're bunched up infantry formations. You're going to have to spread them out a little bit, or you can end up in a situation where you lose like 2 or 3 units to one Flamestorm, just because it stays out so long, does so much damage, man. Gonna be very fun to watch Tingus make use of that. No Kindle Flame, so no 20% extra damage on it, which is fine, I guess. Double Celestial Lion with the Yin Lord. Blossom Wind's going to be interesting to see. I don't know how it's going to do. It does blind for 10 seconds, which is also niche, I guess. Warriors, Halberds, Archers. Definitely need a little more harmony for these guys. You know, some of them are operating without it. You know, definitely want that available at all times. And Onyx Chromen are the best way to do that. I'm not 100% sure what Has Nina's got in reserve here. I did flop it. Yeah, I did. Okay. Just want to make sure I swap screens. I have forgotten a couple of times now. Deathshriek just barely misses the Yin Lord here. Astrogoth making a very judicious choice here. Running away. Running into the forest. The forest is actually a pretty good spot to sit. Because the Celestial Lions are going to lose a bunch of stats running around in here. Really big shot lands on top of the Celestial Lion, but the Deathshriek is alone. It's all alone back here. It's gonna need some milk, dude. Bull Centaur renders to punish is like the only thing I can think of that's gonna save this thing. It's a dead Deathshriek back here. You've got to protect this artillery piece, man. This is the second time Tingus has left it so wide open, and I get what you're trying to do. Wow, using the Ancestral Warrior Summon, I don't even think that was all that necessary. Yeah, good on Tingus, not doubling down there. Astrogoth needs to get the hell out of here. He does not want to fight all that. I think it might be okay even without the... I don't know. Even without the Death Shrieker, I think it'll be alright. We've seen Tingus come back from this. Actually doing a pretty good job of beating one of these Celestial Lions down right now. Just needs to keep kiting out the Ancestral Warriors and not feed any value off of the Bull Centaurs there. To that summoned unit. Orc Laborers beating up on some Jade Warriors. Can hopefully pay for themselves. You know, they are 250 gold. You do need them to do a little bit of something. Do they get Contempt up? Oh, Malign Authority. Yeah, Malign Authority is in fact operational. Ancestral Warriors moving out of the way of the Flamestorm. Wow, look at this. Celestial Lions getting beat down here. Might lose that. And the Ancestral Warriors really aren't doing a tremendous amount of damage to the Bull Centaur renders yet. They're getting a few swings in here and doing some work. Front line is very messy. Very chaotic situation here. Doing a good job of ranging the Peasant Archers and firing it against them. These Jade Warriors trying to push through now. Halberd's doing nice. Everything's doing nice for Grand Cathay right now. They do have the lead, mostly because of the Death Shriek kill, though. They lost a lot of HP on Celestial Lion here. 700 value on this one, 600 here. 400 on the Lord. It's really where the majority of the value is coming from right now. We'll see how the Chaos Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons are going to do. They're doing pretty well so far. Jade Wind goes, or Blossom Wind, sorry, goes down and does a decent amount of damage to the Warriors. Damn, that lasts a long time. You could probably cast it all the way from over here and angle it to get through both of these units. Oh, one's surrounding. Wow, really good job of surrounding with infantry. This is, you know, another little thing, man. Always surround if you get the opportunity. It's very strong. Definitely helps the combat prowess of your units. Bull Centaur renders moving up, definitely looking to get after the Lion here. Warriors are struggling, man. They're really not getting through the, well, there's Celestial Dragon Guard here, and they're going to beat the hell out of Dwarf Warriors. Jade Warriors and Peasants holding up really well. Harmony is being stacked pretty effectively, especially here in this middle pocket, where the Peasant Archer is sitting. Doing really nicely there. It's going to be a brutal Flamestorm. Oh, baby, that's good value. That might be what the Chaos Dwarves need to get back in this game a little bit. Roasting some of their own warriors. How many times have you seen Astrogoth kill his own unit as well? That's a little bit less needed from the Chaos Dowie. They should be okay. We've got Goblin Laborers holding down... I would just send a Jade Lancer over here. Those Jade Lancer will just take that objective for free, honestly. But I honestly do kind of understand just committing to this push on the number 3. Tingus does not need to engage over here. with these units. If you want to use the Iron Demon just to, like, roll around and be really obnoxious, then by all means, please do. Really good charge from the Wolf Raiders onto the Iron Hill Gunners. You're going to get some good damage on these guys. It's probably a dead Iron Hill, like, right now. Very much not going to be able to do anything. Bull Centaur Renders responding nicely. Where are the Jade Lancers, dude? Jade Lancers are really good in this matchup, and neither hide nor hair yet. Astrogoth with pretty good value, just running around. Shugengan Lord doing okay, not anything crazy. The Celestial Lions started off really hot, but they've slowed down tremendously. This might make a big difference, though. Iron Demon is getting double-teamed here, taking a lot of damage, but a beautiful Flame Storm. This is going to brutalize the infantry over here. This is going to get, like, maybe 100 kills if it rotates correctly. One Jade Warrior terrified and broken by the Iron Demon. In conjunction with the Flamestorm damage, they're actually routing into the Flamestorm again. Absolutely no sense of self-preservation here from these guys. Jade Warrior Halberd's getting obliterated. Oh no, look at the damage that Flamestorm is doing right now. Wow, 240 kills on Astrogoth. Gotta love it, man. And Jade Lancers finally come out, but they immediately get intercepted by the Renders. Halberds need to get on top of these guys, and the Lancers need to... Still think they should have been summoned out on the other side of the battlefield. I mean, they're very good at supporting the front line, but one Lancer here would just completely lock down the #1 objective from these laborers. Just leaving those chaff units completely uncontested over there. Like I said, not a bad idea. It's just not one that I would take. I'm always going to try and beat up something like that. Blossom Wind is unfortunately going to miss pretty much completely. That's very sad. But you know what? Not the worst thing in the world. Chaos Dowie are taking the #2 objective back, flattening the Jade Warriors with the Iron Demons here. Double Iron Demon out now. They're going to be the key to clearing the infantry for Cathay here. Honestly, I don't like bringing Dowie Warriors against Cathay. I just don't think they do anything. I think you're better off bringing like an Ironsworn and then a couple of the Great Weapon Dwarf Warriors backed up by Hobgoblin Cutthroats. And then you just have Iron Demons in your starting army, and you commit to killing the infantry then. Because this build that Cathay brought would have been very vulnerable to the demons early. Still very vulnerable to the demons now, but just, like, exceptionally so in the early game. When they just had, like, some peasant archers out. It would have put more pressure on the Celestial Lions to not just fully commit to diving the Death Shriek back here, which just died immediately, which is very sad, and definitely put the poor Dowie on the back foot here. Nice damage on the Jade Lancers. Jade Lancers have not been getting any value, hardly. This one over here, 480, not terrible, but not great. Astrogoth, 277 kills and going strong still. Holding down the #2. #1 still uncontested by Grand Cathay. Wolf Raiders coming out. We've got some rallying Dwarf Warriors. Unsummon those, honestly. They're a little too beat up and they're way out of position. It's going to take so long for them to waddle forward. You're better off getting the rebate and getting them back in the pool. So you can summon out more stuff. The Warriors coming out now. I like leaving the Warriors in reinforcements. Just better off bringing ranged in the opening. That way you can counterfire SE blobs and also shoot down any scary missile units that you might be running into, as well as protecting your own artillery pieces. Infernal Guard Fireglaves! Yes, dude. Oh my god. Pingus, you're my hero. Such a cool unit, man. And trains, one train dead, other train doing pretty well. Shooting down some horsemen with the shotgun blast and getting a nice little attack into the side of this unit. Celestial Lion's trying to, like, wrangle these Iron Demons, just like an exercise in futility so far. Just not able to do it consistently. Jade Lancers do crush the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders here. These guys just too lightly armored, and Onyx Crowman in conjunction with the Lancers getting the Harmony. Beautiful stuff. Very nice. We love to see it. You know, the Crowmen don't get any extra melee defense or melee attack, but they get extra leadership, which really helps because they've got pretty low base totals. Don't try. Yeah, you don't need a Flamestorm here. I was thinking about it for a second, but the Infernal Guard just need to grind here and do damage. They should be able to beat all of those units in their tattered state. Wait, oh, the Iron Demon didn't die. What the hell? 600 HP and it's still going. The other one over here is still going too. Choo-choo engines are about to tear out all the Grand Cathay stuff on the middle objective. This is just classic late game Grand Cathay where they don't have the range tools to do damage. They don't have anything to kill the Iron Demons at range, and they can't do it in melee. You can see how badly the Celestial Dragons are struggling right now. Like, Fearsome Roar is not going to do anything against this thing. It's unbreakable. It doesn't care. So, all the remove ITP and all the leadership bombing effects mean absolutely nothing to these trains. The train has pretty much paid for itself, and that's going to be game here, man. Big win by Tingus. Very well deserved. Huge comebacks, man. Like, losing Death Shriek really early in 2 separate games. Man, Flamestorm. 460 kills on Astrogoth. Astrogoth to the moon, guys. Hodl those Astrogoth stocks, for real. He'll get you there. I don't think Iron Hails are good in this matchup. They're too short range. They get run over by an Iron Demon and they'll just instantly tear her out. They get ranged by Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. They get ranged by Hobgoblin Archers. They get ranged by Fireglaves. I don't think they even outtrade a Blunderbuss. Because I think the Chaos Dwarf Blunderbuss's Silver Shields mitigate a lot of the damage Iron Hails do. And then the Iron Hails don't have shields, so they just get completely flattened by one good Blunderbuss volley. It's just not a very, I'd just cut these guys. Bring Crane Gunners instead. I think a couple of Crane Gunners in this build. I like the Peasant Long Spears. I don't know about the Halberds, dude. He didn't do a lot. I like one Celestial Dragon Guard. I think you need more Onyx Crowman, honestly. I mean, only having one here did good. I think having more of those would have been much better than the Halberds. That's my 2 cents. And that's just nicely done. That was you know what? We're just gonna go with the story that the Death Shriek was a intentional lure to beat up on the was to get damage on the Celestial Lion Core and the Flyers. Oh, oh no, he put chevrons on the Bull Centaurs. I was wondering why they came out late. I was like, why? He's got the money. Why didn't he summon them earlier? But I think that might be why. I think he put chevrons on those guys and made them too expensive. That's so funny. And he still came back from that. That was really well done. That was a great finals game, guys. We watched Grand Cathay do really well in the early going, but the Iron Demons being completely unbreakable and not being easy to catch for the Celestial Lions kind of cooked Cathay there. They didn't have any missiles to deal with these things. The Iron Hails couldn't get in position. They were just getting run over again and again. And, you know, not being able to get infantry on the objectives cost Cathay in the long run. And Dowie just walked out and held the line, man. Beautiful thematic battle. And we'll... Alright. Enough verbosity. I'm gonna get into some of these replays before I gotta go. Thank y'all for joining. I hope y'all have been enjoying it today because we've had absolutely incredible games. I thought this was a mirror. What the hell? Alright, well, functionally a mirror based on the two factions that are being played. Dowie versus Grand Cathay. Honestly, I don't know who wins that. I mean, Dowie are so good against other shooting factions. Oh, let's go. Okay, I'm sorry, but Khorne Norska, we've got to watch. And we've got a Famir sighting coming in. Famir, I think, are kind of underrated. They're going to be bad against Khorngors, for sure, which, you know, is what it is. They're going to be very good against Minotaurs. And they've got 40% missile resist, so if they get shot at by throwing axes or skull cannons, they're actually going to resist most of the damage as long as they're not in combat. Oh wait, no, it's, they changed it. It's actually based on leadership now. Look at this, dude. 45% missile resist? That's so fat. Like, absolute chunkers. We've got some shield breaker throwing axes. I love Marauder Hunters. Very underrated unit. They've got good melee attack, too. They're kind of hard to land on with Furies, because they do such good damage. And, you know, I mean, obviously they can get in, and with the shield breaker, they just ignore the 35 resist on the bronze shields. And then against silver shields, they basically make these bronze shields. And they can do some serious damage to Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Very nice tech. I really like this starting army from Norska. And you know, Marauders are backed up by Famir, and suddenly the Marauders are kind of winning against Chaos Warriors in some circumstances. Not sure what's going on here. Breaking up the formation a little bit funky here. Good surround coming in from War Criminal, doing a very nice job so far of just squaring up and getting ready for the dive. Does engage with Arball and the Minos into the Marauder Champion Great Weapons. Not a great idea. You know, Marauder Champion Great Weapons, I mean, they're getting chunked right now. They're taking quite a bit of damage. A little bit of a spell cast back here. Not doing a lot of damage. But, you know, on the charge, they're going to take a pounding, but they've got good melee attack and melee defense. Crazy high weapon strength for an infantry unit, especially a mortal infantry unit. They're going to punch back really hard here. And with the Famir backing them up, you know, you got to account for the fact that every little bit of weapon strength is basically going to get through the armor of these Minotaurs. You can see they're really starting to get worked down. Arball's starting to take a little bit of a pounding here. Marauder Hunters, how are they doing? Doing a little bit. Famir boxing out the throwing axes on this side, and War Criminal has kind of forgotten about this, guys. Very unfortunate. Throwing axe duel to the death. Who will win? I actually think this will favor Norska, just because obviously the Norskan throwing axes are cheaper. We've got Marauder Hunter Javelins. Javelins are probably going to one-shot those Horsemen of Khorne. They have got to get away. Yikes. Pretty big damage, and they didn't get a full volley off, even. And look at the Famir. They're getting kited, and they're taking throwing axe fire, but, you know, like I said, that missile resist on them is really saving their ass right now. Hunters here, finally free and getting some good damage. Champions did alright. Famir. not the best value on these Fimir, honestly. But they are stopping up these Chaos Warriors here and sundering their armor. I would focus the 100 Javelins on this Chaos Warrior there. You can collapse here, just like he's doing now, which is awesome. We got Minos completely bowling through the front line. And really good micro on these Khorne Horsemen, pushing through the front. Melkoth's mystifying miasma on Chaos Warriors is a little questionable. Honestly, if you're gonna bring a damage spell against Khorne, just bring Pit of Shades. Melkoth's and Penumbral Pendulum are alright, but they're a little too inefficient for my liking. Random Cuban is doing a really good job here of staying in this game, being very scrappy. Beast of Tashnar coming out, getting on top of the Minotaurs of Khorne with the Fimir here. Big debuffs going down on the armor for the Minotaurs, which means the Beasts of Tashnar are getting all their weapon strength on target. And yeah, these guys have Relentless Rage on them, but they're just getting chunked for HP right now. They're going to tank leadership like nobody's business now that that's worn off, and they're probably going to rout here in just a second. And the Fimir hanging in there, man, doing really nice, and there go the Minos. Very healthy Marauder Hunter back here with some pretty good value. Definitely doing nice. Marauder Berserkers hanging in. Beautiful Seafang actually breaking the Marauders and the Chaos Warriors that are hanging in there. One Chaos Warrior left. Big damage. Oh man, the Marauder Hunter Javelins have been so well microed. These guys over here, a little compromised, but Marauders boxing out some of the Fleshhounds. I would just move them through here to try and get them safe. Fleshhounds find their way onto these Javelin Hunters. But Fimir move over, and they're going to punish Arbol and the Fleshhounds really hard. You know, yet again, the Fimir coming in to prove their prowess as the premier worshippers of Chaos. You know, they were like the OG Chaos worshippers, according to the in-game lore. They're just like haggard, twisted beasts who have been worshipping the Chaos Gods for thousands of millennia. Or not thousands of millennia, but just thousands of years, several millennia. Oh my god. How much would 1,000 millennia even be? That's a million years, right? 1,000 thousands? Yeah. Damn, that would be crazy. How old is the Warhammer Fantasy World anyways? I don't even know. Arbol gets on top of Wulfric and starts beating him down, but ooh, Wulfric turns around. Wow, he's actually dueling Arbol really nicely. Holy crap, is Wulfric gonna beat Arbol? He actually doesn't stick in the combat to find out. That was kind of wild. I really wouldn't have expected that to go as well as it did. 1900 value on Arbol. Man, he's so good. I mean, he just does so much damage. But he's just not able to carry this game here. Destroyer of Khorne is nice and charged up, but still, I think it's the worst of the unit of the... Not the worst of the units. Worst of the items that he has, and Eye of Khorne is probably just better. I'm still not seeing War Criminal with it on. Unless it gets used and then it disappears from the tooltip. I didn't see the summon anywhere. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe this is just like a pre-built build or something, but Khorne's getting mopped up now. I think Norska pretty much has this in the bag. The Fimir are very tired, and more Minos are coming out. That's going to be really scary. Wulfric routs, Arbol's alive, Throwing Axes are cleaning up 8 Fleshhounds who have like no HP. They got 800 value, which is pretty good. More Marauders coming up, more Spears coming up. Oh, and the Fimir Balefiend's going after Arbol. That's pretty awesome. This guy has really bad stats, though. Probably not going to be able to beat Arbol in combat, but maybe going to sunder the armor enough so that the missile units are going to be able to finish him off. Hunters with 800 value, real nice there. Really great micro on Arbol. This is a nice little turn through the, right past the spears, through the gap, and now in the back line. Doing nasty business, you know. He might be able to, A rear charge might break these spearmen. Their leadership is pretty terrible. They're actually going to run now. That's going to hurt the leadership of the berserkers, but they're still high enough health. They're not quite ready to break. It's going to help the Chaos Warriors out a lot in this frontline fight. They're going to be able to trade a lot better. Ah, beautiful explosion. The Wrath of the Blood God coming in, or Fury of the Blood God, rather. Taking a good chunk of HP out of those Marauder Berserkers. How much value? 2,500 on Arbol. Damn, dude. Love to see it. He's very stuck in combat now. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this. More Femur Great Weapons come out. Really nice resummon there. These Femur definitely need to get unsummoned. They've done their due, man. I mean, 59 kills, 1,500 value. Fighting Minotaurs, fighting Chaos Warriors, plenty, man. I really like the Femur choice here. I think the Femur are really making the difference in this game. Truly and honestly. War Criminal has been playing very well, but hasn't had a good answer to killing the Femur. The stuff that Khorne normally brings to kill them, not really holding up super well. And they're stacked on top of these infantry against the halberds and debuffing the armor. And that's letting the dual weapon axe warriors really chew on these guys. How much value do these dudes have? 762. Hell yeah. Khorne warriors falling back now. Arbol is dead. We've got a Skinwolf Werekin on the field. Good response with the Fleshhounds to push back the throwing axes here. Marauders waddling over. Marauder Spears moving over and stopping the cap for Khorne here. I think, yeah, I mean, if I had to give War Criminal any advice in this matchup, it's just, Fleshhounds are really just not good against Norsca. They're so squishy to missiles. There's Marauder Spears, there's Skinwolves, there's all kinds of nasty units that can just wreck Fleshhounds. They have not done badly. They just don't have very good armor, and Norsca just feasts on low armor units. I would much rather see Furies, honestly. Like, just a couple of Furies. You know, 2 Minos. 2 Minotaurs is the max I would go in this matchup. I don't know if you need Khorne halberds. Obviously got the DLC. Well, actually, Arbol is free LC, so we're not dealing. I don't think this. I don't think War Criminal has the DLC right now, so no Khorne Gores. So this is just a hard matchup, basically, because of that. Khorne Gores make it really difficult for Norsca to thrive. Now, they would have been pretty vulnerable against a lot of this build. They would have been really good against the Femur, but that's about it. They would have... They don't trade great into Marauders. They don't trade well at all into, like, elite AP infantry. Marauder Champions probably would have bonked them on the head pretty bad. They would do horrendously against Marauder Hunters. So, maybe this is going to be... maybe this is going to be some of the counterplay to the Khorne Gores coming out. I would leave another thing, War Criminal, that's going to help you. These are not good infantry to have in your reinforcements. Cut these guys, and you've got 1,600 gold, and bring 2 Bloodletters. Bloodletters are excellent against Norsca. Not like the best unit in the world. Or you can bring Forsaken. Forsaken are pretty good. They got fire damage. They can hit Skinwolves pretty hard. They flatten Hounds really good. They're vulnerable to the throwing horsemen, but you just, you know, skirmish with your own. And just keep them off of your stuff. See, I mean, you didn't summon all of the Fleshhounds in at any point. Just cut... You can bring 2 Fleshhounds... Cut these 2 here, bring 2 Furies, cut a Minotaur, and bring more Throwing Horsemen, and you've got pretty much the perfect build. and the 2 Bloodletters, like I said. You know, the Warriors are great, but their DPS potential is a little lacking here, and that's kind of what you need more than holding power against Norska. Norska's very good at dealing with Chaos Warriors. Not to say these guys are bad. They definitely hold up really well under missile fire. It's just that they are a little bit inefficient, and I don't think bringing chevrons on any of this stuff is necessary. That's... how much gold is this? It's a lot of gold to put chevrons on stuff. I'm gonna go in and actually check that out. Just for my own edification, I really do need to know how much gold this is. Damn, that's like 400 gold just about. I mean, instead of bringing that, I mean, you can... if you're the Blood God, Eye of Corn, that's your R-Ball there. It's the same price as, you know, bringing Destroyer. And Eye of Corn is just so good at executing units. And Norska can bring Mammoths, which is worth worrying about, and Eye of Corn can, you know, execute Mammoths just as much as it can anything else. As long as it's not a Lord or Hero, you can kill it, not for free, but get that last little bit of damage that makes all the difference in a battle sometimes. And you get a spawn summon out of it. And Corn Spawn have fire damage, and there's a lot of fire weakness on the Norscan roster. Skull Cannons can do pretty well in this matchup. Marauders are a good choice, and if we're playing without the DLC here... we got our 2 Minotaurs. Exalted Bloodletters are excellent in this matchup as well. If you want to go really elite, you can cut these guys and bring Heralds of Corn's Fury, because they do imbue fire weakness. You can see it here. It's very strong. you can be an absolute troll and take the Slaughter Guard. I mean, the Slaughter Guard are probably going to get obliterated by Norska, just because of missiles and really good magic. These guys imbue fire weakness too. You could have like some disgusting blob that just sits in the middle objective and kills everything. That'd be pretty funny, but not very practical for all intents and purposes. Bloodletters or Forsaken, your choice. You just want to be able to pressure missiles really hard. And, you know, you need infantry to be able to get up quickly onto the battlefield. Forsaken are faster than Bloodletters, but Bloodletters still have 38 speed. They're always going to be able to catch Norscan missile units if they're pursuing. Success have 35, so they're almost able to stay away from them. But just being able to stay within closing distance at all times for the Bloodletters is huge. And Forsaken actually have just enough speed to be able to close the gap for real when they're chasing. So that's why I recommend them. But Bloodletters are not going to let you down. They are not going to crumble and lose leadership as badly as Forsaken. You know, Forsaken can get folded up if you aren't really careful with them, because they have awful melee defense. The extra HP buff they got was huge. It was so good. That's what makes these guys like borderline viable in some matchups now. Couple more horsemen. You want max horsemen against Norska. These things are stupid good. They do so much damage to anything with weakness to fire. There's a lot of regen. They're fast as hell. They beat hounds, except for the Beasts of Tashnar. Against Beasts of Tashnar, though, you can always bring a Chaos Knight as well. They do pretty well here. But you can also bring foot heroes. With the Bloody Shackle, These Blood Reapers are actually pretty tanky. They'll be pretty squishy to some of the stuff that Norska has. But they beat Skinwolf Werekins. They can fight Throg pretty effectively. And they provide some durability. Like, their Bloody Shackle is an insane heal. 1.6 per second for 30 seconds is a 48% heal. Like, what the fuck? They functionally have 5,800 HP. Like, I've done the math on it, and yeah, they're very durable. And they've got decent leadership. I have brought these guys in many matchups now, just playing around with them, and they get damn close to paying for themselves every single time. And the amount of effort that it takes to remove them is honestly not worth it for most factions. But if you ignore them completely, then they just run around underfoot with the 46 foot speed, and they just get into your missile line or your high-value infantry, and they're just a nuisance. They're so sticky for a unit that, on paper, looks very flimsy. And it's mostly thanks to this heal. Without this heal, and honestly without the Eternal Blade is better if you bring them on the Juggernaut, because they get a little extra health. You know, they cost 1250 on the Jugger, and if you're bringing them here, you want the extra weapon strength and damage, because they get buffed up like crazy with this item. These guys are very versatile, very fun unit that people should be trying out, in my opinion. I just really want to help out my fellow Khorne players. You know, like, no shade to how you were playing. You did really well. I think there's just a handful of things that you can optimize. Has there been any changes to Exalted Bloodthirsters in multiplayer? What's the overhauling campaign? Yeah, if you're still here, Red Eye, I don't know what change you're talking about with the Exalted Bloodthirsters. I haven't noticed anything. And you know, like, Exalted Bloodthirster has never been bad. He just doesn't provide a lot of battlefield control, which is what Khorne, like, really desperately needs from their lords, quite honestly. Like, him bare bones with Deathbringer has always been niche good at just, like, absolutely obliterating something. I mean, this is one of the best SE removal tools in the game. He hits so freaking hard. But, you know, kind of expensive, and really is only focused on trading well himself. You know, Burning Rage and all these abilities are just so mid. Like, if they just baked Wrath of Khorne and Burning Rage and Bellow into his kit as is, and didn't make them items and abilities that cost money, then I think he would be much better. As it stands, though, he's just like a really niche option for if you think that your opponent is going to bring some kind of squishy lord that you can catch, land on, pop Deathbringer, and just kill on like 1 or 2 swings. It's very funny. I've seen this guy land on Balthazar Gelt and literally 3-shot him. It is so hilarious. He gets 840 weapon strength when Deathbringer is active. So, excellent assassin. Kind of squishy, though, to missiles, which really limits the utility. That's why that's why I'm talking about all these other items and abilities that are just bad. Like, why would I spend the extra gold for these insanely situational abilities? Like, Wrath of Khorne should be an innate aura around this guy. Like, really and truly. Like, that's the whole... Like, Bloodthirsters are the epitome and the earthly manifestation of the Blood God. The Blood God hates magic. This should just be a baked-in ability. That way, if you're chasing a caster lord that's constantly trying to kite you, it's blowing them up, and you don't have to spend the 100 gold here. Like, all of these abilities, they're not terrible, but they just add up. Like, if you bring all of these, that's another, like, 550 gold. You can just bring a dual weapon warrior that's going to do more damage than any of these abilities are stacked on top of one another. Still waiting for milk for the Bloodthirsters. They get no respect in this game, and it's very sad. These guys are still bad. They should just be something different. Better collision attacks, or I don't even know if they have collision attacks at all. They just struggle so badly. Please, CA. Slaughter Brute's fun. Slaughter Brute is kind of like what I wish Bloodthirsters were, honestly. It's unbreakable as long as the Lord's alive. Kills infantry really nice. It's got good collision attacks. It's decent at fighting SEs. It soaks up a lot of attention. I think the Slaughter Brute's kind of underrated. In my opinion, at least. It's very good with Bloodspeaker, who can, you know, like, keep it, like, nice and buffed up with Wild Abandon. If your opponent blobs up around him, you can come in with Murderous Exhortations. And, you know, popping Pilgrimage of Skulls on a Slaughter Brute blob, where you've got the Slaughter Brute, like, fighting a bunch of infantry, and then you bring a Bloodletter in underneath that. You pop Pilgrimage of Skulls, and you make all of that unbreakable. This guy's already unbreakable, but the Bloodletters also getting that bonus and also reducing the Vigor is really nice on a big monster like this. The heal is a cheeky idea, but you gotta bring this guy on the Shrine, or bring the Blood Reapers with the Locusts to mitigate the damage that he takes from Blood Sacrifice, and I just don't think it's worth it. Like, if you're bringing Bloodspeaker, you just want him as cheap as possible. I think Slaughter Brute is pretty fun to bring with him. There's just a lot of unexplored potential. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna do a couple more replays, and then I'll probably be back on, and I'll do the rest of them tomorrow. Did this one? Oh yeah. I think I'll save that one for later. Cathaver's Corn. We did watch this. Toad Killer, Uberman OG. Curious to see how Ogres do against Dowie, actually. I imagine they've got a pretty decent matchup. These cannons are going to be a terror, though. Oh my god. Oh, dude, yeah, the Slaughter Brute in Warriors of Chaos is probably really awesome. What did you have, Hoot? What was your build? It's actually, oh my god, now that I'm thinking about it, like, you know what, a Nurgle Sorcerer on the Rot Beast with Slaughter Brute is actually probably super viable, because the Nurgle Sorcerer on the Rot Beast is basically impossible to kill. Unless you just, like, snare him and obliterate him with missiles. He's got such a good passive heal that's always active. So if he ever escapes from a bad situation, he's gonna heal right back up. All that time, Slaughter Brute's doing damage, and Slaughter Brute can get heals from him. Gross. Scrap Launcher just nailing miners right now. Scrap launchers seem to be a little more accurate than I remember. Like, I always felt that they were kind of haggard in that regard, but now they seem much better. This is going to be a very dead Novelar Trapper. Ouch. It's a very expensive unit to be taking all that damage from the miners here. Thunder Tusk is going to flatten the miners. Look at the collision damage, dude. What the hell? To be fair, that's not the most egregious thing I've seen. If you ever want to watch pure misery and agony for the Dowie. Watch a matchup against Beastmen where Beastmen just bring, like, max Razorgore chariots. It is so gross how good Razorgores are against Dowie. Like, you thought the Thunder Tusk was broken. Get ready for the 1150 chariots that literally just delete everything. So, Bruiser moving up, Butcher is moving around, we got Troll Guts, Maw, and Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher's pretty good against the Dwarves. It's very localized damage. And Dowie tend to be pretty blobbed up units. So you can smack dwarves pretty damn hard if you want to. Look at the Thunder Tusk, dude. Who cares about shooting? It's a stone horn at the end of the day, basically, right? I mean, same principle, just flatten everything that you come into contact with. Good grief. Ogres pushing up, and yeah, those Nobbler Trappers after the Thunder Tusk beat the hell out of the Miners. Actually, kind of healthy still. Doing pretty good. What is people's experiences with chevrons? I have found them to be very situationally good. Like, mostly only on elite stuff. Or on, like, artillery pieces. To give them, like, extra accuracy. I found, like, 1 or 2 chevrons on artillery can give mad accuracy buffs. Boglars of the Marsh about to get blasting charged into oblivion, just losing over half of their HP in 1 hit. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Dowie are trying to resecure their backline. They're playing a very odd game with the Ogres here. Scrap Launcher landed a really nice shot early and has not done anything since. I literally jinxed it. I was like, wow, when did they suddenly get so accurate? And now they can't hit a single shot. Let's see. What the hell is going on with that? Is it because it's in the trees? I think that it's, like, counting it as... See, so, like, being in trees or shooting into trees messes up accuracy so bad. So badly. And I feel like what's going on here... it's not displaying this Nobbler Scrap Launcher as being in the woods, but I think because it's so close, it's like having a hard... The AI and the targeting AI is thinking that it's firing into woods or something, or firing from woods, and that's scattering these shots horrendously, because it's aiming for this ranger back here, and it's shooting short all the way up here. Like, what the hell? Look at this. Like, it hasn't hit a shot in a minute. Thunder Tusk just wrecking face back here, but Ogre, Paymaster, and... Oh, Paymaster and Bruiser back here, so they should be okay. Butcher doing whatever he can. Thunder Tusk needs a heal, man. Like, real bad, real quick. Do not want to lose this thing. It's been carrying you so far in this match. The rest of your units really are not doing much of anything, honestly. You've got the #1 objective. You're finally taking the #3. It's taken all game. You need your Nobbler Trappers to be throwing at Slayers at all times. Like, the whole point of having Nobbler Trappers in this matchup is to shoot Slayers. You don't want your Saber Tusk pack engaging Slayers. Not that Slayers don't take a lot of damage from Saber Tusks. They're just a little too squishy to get super cost-efficient damage in there. And Trappers are just so good with little throwing stars. They do a shocking amount of damage, man, and, you know, Slayers don't have any armor. They have 0 armor. They're taking all of the damage. Gotta take advantage of it. Nobblars, Piggyback Knights, more Nobblars. Thunder Tusk got some kind of heal, I think. Definitely looking a little healthier than I last remember. Cannon teeing off on it still. Decent value on this thing. Massive shot. Finally landing the second Thunderball, or the second Snowball from the Thunder Tusk of the game. Immediately gets it like 300 value, shooting at the... Wait, these are Iron Breakers? No way! Oh my god, half health off of an Iron Breaker? That's kinda... that's kinda... I don't know about that. Ooh, beautiful Bone Crusher, dude. Good damage, honestly. Butcher dropping that has been putting in some work, but I think a Troll Guts on the Thunder Tusk back here is going to be the best thing you can do for it. This damn Scrap Launcher. What is it up to? Is it ever going to hit something? This is like a Dragon Ball Z episode. We're going to find out in like 20 years. These things fire so slow too. It's very sad. 17 seconds. They do have a good amount of HP, TBF, so not struggling in that regard. I would target over here. Look at all these Dowie that are bunched up. Surely Scrap Launcher can hit that. I mean, they're all blobbed up together. Piggyback Joust. Very cool ability. I don't know why he's bringing the Piggyback Knights in this matchup. I guess Disorientated is like niche good or maybe something, I guess. Not 100% sure. Poor old Rune Lord is looking a little scared right now for his life. Getting absolutely pummeled. Oh, the Goon Squad from the Ogres. Bruiser with the Butcher and the Paymaster just brutalizing the Rune Lord right now. Oh my god. Dowie had a Lord 30 seconds ago, and that's GG for him. He's dead. Nice shot. Finally landing here. Good grief, Scrap Launcher. Just about to pay for itself. Probably 2 more good shots, and it will. It's only got 3 left. We'll see about it. I mean, they're not bad chariots. They can actually run through Dowie okay. You know, they've got decent speed here. Okay leadership. I honestly like keeping them in melee combat. I don't play a ton of Ogres, but when I have in the past and brought Scrap Launchers, I've found that they operate very efficiently, even without any missiles. Thunder Tusk is going to die out here, unfortunately, but Gorgers making an appearance, flattening the Quarrelers. Beautiful stuff. A little bit of a wasted shot there, but that's okay. Scrap Launcher probably going to get unsummoned, I would guess. You don't have to keep it on the field, really. Dead Rune Lord out here has fallen in the midst of combat somewhere. I think this is going to be a very long, grinding game for the Ogres to win now. Because the Dowie are pushed off completely here. They don't recontest well at all. They're terrible at recontesting objectives. You can intercept their reinforcements at will, basically, now. Just trading like time for damage and rotating fresh units out for damaged ones. Another cannon comes out. I don't know how cannons flip this game. Maybe they kill the Lord somehow. But if I were Toadkiller, I'd just run the Butcher into the trees here and hide from the cannon. And then they're never going to be able to pay for themselves if you keep all of the good stuff away. And you just give them Noblars to shoot at. Cannon is not going to want to do that for long. It's terribly inefficient to fire at. Really good jump on the cannon here. Saber-Tusk crew get back here. Gorgers try. Blood Vulture's not able to get this cannon. There are some Quarrelers that kind of blocked him up there. Dragonback Slayers versus Noblars. Wow, they got beaten up. Holy crap. I do think they were pretty damaged to begin with. I think the Blood Vultures were doing some big work. Yeah, they got some big value. Probably fighting the Dragonback Slayers then. Iron Guts against Slayers isn't a bad idea either, and that is going to be a win for the Ogres in this Dowie matchup here. Thunder Tusk was crazy, man. I think it is a strong monster. It is quite good. That is my opinion. Paymaster and didn't really do anything. Didn't get a lot of value. Bruiser and the Butcher were doing work though. I think you don't need... honestly, Ogre Paymaster seems kind of bad. I think a Tyrant would be better, in my opinion. If you want a Combat Lord, Tyrants have a passive heal that just procs constantly. I think it's always active. If it's not, then it's at least always active in melee, as well as being able to debuff stuff around him. I think he would be the better option. He's more expensive, though. Corroded armor with Ass Pelcher, that's funny. Thunder Mace, yeah, whatever. Thunder Mace is, like, kind of cheesy. It's good if you're expecting something to, like, blob up on your Tyrant. But, yeah, look, you can bring this guy for 1,300. He doesn't buff anything. He just has snacks for the heal in melee combat. This guy does not have a heal. I guess Headhunt and Gold and... Alright, maybe 1,300 for the abilities is worth it. Need to play around with ogres. Really want to. I've always enjoyed them, man. They're a fun faction. Now that there's an actual hotfix for the weapon strength issue, maybe not as bad as they were in the first couple tournaments, where they just couldn't damage anything. Let's see, do I have time? Yeah, I think it's time for me to go, folks. I'll be checking out more replays tomorrow. I'll probably set it up for a nice stream, and I'll catch y'all then. Countered with Cold One Knights and Repeater Crossbows. Dark Elves. Hell yeah. Yeah, Slaughter Brute into Dark Elves. Colette 2. Probably not the best. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, Red Eye. Like, Chevs on Dreadquakes and on Artillery are honestly pretty good. Piggyback RR's actually just insanely strong. I mean, they seemed really tanky for 500 gold unit, so, especially for 500 gold unit at Noblars. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll stream more of the replays that you guys sent in to me. For now, I'm peacing out, and I'll catch y'all later. Take care, guys. GG's. Peace.